टीम का कुछ दिख नहीं रहा। अच्छा आ गए।
Hello everyone. Another day of DevCon with some more excitement than yesterday. I would like to welcome all
बच्चों
of
को पता है वो लाइव है।
I would like to welcome all of you to day 2 of DevCon. Before commencing today's session, I would like to share an announcement with the participants of Hack Overflow. The hackathon has been extended to 9 p.m. today. So all the best to the teams. For today, we will be bringing you up with some new mind-throbbing webinars which will be led by some technical minds. And trust me guys, you are going to be thunderstruck by their amazing skills. Talking about the first webinar of the day, we have the community of code source with us. The power of the open source is the power of the people. The people rule. The community of code source does exactly that. This large and engaging community focuses on large project based learning designed to educate and prosper essential skills in the individual to help lead them in their career development and growth. We at DevCon understand the need for project based learning and development. Hence, to create awareness among the budding computer science engineers, we have arranged a session by the code source community, which will for sure guide the students and listeners through the depths of coding and project development and enhancement. We hope to see you all there and interact with the speakers of this wonderful community of code source and expand your horizon of knowledge. But before that, a gentle reminder to all the participants. Hack Overflow competition and its deadline has been extended to 9 p.m. as you guys showed so much interest in this and asked for more time. So, how can we let you guys down? So, buckle up and let's start with today's first webinar.
So, hello everyone. I'm Akash Gupta, an Android developer and co-founder of CodeSource. So, I'm a second-year CSE student at Maharaj Aggarwal Institute of Technology, and we have with us the founding members of CodeSource. So, everybody, you can introduce yourselves.
So, hey everyone, my name is Aggarwal, and I'm a UI UX designer and an open source enthusiast. I'm also a mentor at Girls Summer of Code and LGM Society.
So, hi everyone, my name is Yatharth Mago and I am an Android developer and a front-end web developer. So, I'm currently pursuing my computer science engineering from DTU, Delhi Technological University, and I'm also a mentor at LGM.
Hi guys, this is Nidhi Singh. Like my teammates, I'm also a CSE sophomore. I have been doing Android development since quite a time now, and yes, open source has been on my priority list as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Pradiksha Sharma and I'm currently a Google STEP intern and a Women Technical Engineering Fellow Scholar.
So, without much delay, let's get started. So, first of all, तो ये जानना जरूरी है मतलब कि कोड सोर्स हम क्या हैं, हम क्या करते हैं, कम्युनिटी किस बारे में, ठीक है? तो बेसिकली दो प्रिंसिपल्स पे बेस्ड है हमारा सारा काम, ठीक है? फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल तो देखो ये है कि वी बिलीव दैट द बेस्ट वे टू लर्न समथिंग, लर्न अ पर्टिकुलर टेक्नोलॉजी, चाहे आपका एंड्रॉइड ऐप डेवलपमेंट हो गया या वेब डेवलपमेंट हो गया, इट्स अ प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग अप्रोच. हमारा मानना है कि आप बेस्ट चीज मतलब बेस्ट वे में जो सीख सकते हो वो क्या है कि आप प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाओ उसके, ठीक है? क्योंकि अगर मैं अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करूँ तो इतने मतलब अभी 2-3 महीने में मैंने बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाए हैं, तो उसमें जो मैंने एक इनसाइट गेन करी है ऑफ द एंड्रॉइड डेवलपर, तो एंड्रॉइड एसडीके की और बाकी जितने भी टूल्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजीज उसमें यूज होते हैं, वो मतलब क्या कहते हैं मैं किसी कोर्स से या फिर किसी क्या कहते हैं किसी बंदे से सुन के ऐसे नहीं कर सकता, ठीक है? क्योंकि देखो सिंपल सी बात है, मान लो आप कोई ऐप बना रहे हो या आप कोई वेबसाइट बना रहे हो, ठीक है? तो आप क्या चाहते हो उसके अंदर कि कोई बग्स ना हो, यूजर को देख के मतलब अच्छी फील आनी चाहिए, उसको एक स्मूथ यूजर एक्सपीरियंस मिलना चाहिए. तो उसके लिए आप क्या करते हो, आप मतलब कोई भी फंक्शनलिटी इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हो, कोई भी फीचर इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हो, तो आप उसके लिए देखोगे कि बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस होनी चाहिए उसके अंदर, ठीक है? और मतलब आप नए नए मतलब फीचर्स देखते हो, नए नए कंसेप्ट पढ़ते हो, ठीक है? तो उससे आपको एक बेटर नॉलेज मिलती है उस चीज़ की. और ये भी हो सकता है, मान लो आपने कोई पर्टिकुलर कंसेप्ट पढ़ा, ठीक है, आपने कोर्स करा था, तो आप मतलब एक कोई टॉपिक पढ़ रहे थे या आपने कोई लिस्ट ऑफ टॉपिक से प्रिपेयर कर रखा है और उसके अकॉर्डिंग अपनी प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हो, तो हो सकता है जो आपने टॉपिक अभी पढ़ा था किसी पर्टिकुलर सोर्स से, तो वो आउटडेटेड हो चुका है, ठीक है, क्योंकि लाइब्रेरीज वगैरह हैं, ठीक है, डिपेंडेंसीज हैं, वो अपडेट होती रहती हैं, उनका सिंटैक्स हो सकता है कि चेंज हो चुका हो, ठीक है, और आप अगर आप प्रोजेक्ट बनाते हुए आप इसे इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हो, तो हो सकता है कोड में एरर्स आए, डिबगिंग करते हुए कुछ दिक्कतें आ सकती हैं, ठीक है, तो वो सारा एक्सपीरियंस आपको तभी मिलेगा, एक रियल वर्ल्ड एक्सपीरियंस, जब आप कोई प्रोजेक्ट बनाते हो, ठीक है। तो ये तो हो गया कि भाई प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाने हैं बहुत सारे और कंपनी से प्रोजेक्ट चाहिए होते हैं, तो आपकी प्रोफाइल उससे बहुत बढ़िया दिखेगी, ठीक है, बट अब हमें इतने सारे आइडियाज तो आते नहीं कि हम सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हम खुद ही बना लेंगे, ठीक है, तो हमें प्रोजेक्ट्स ढूंढने पड़ेंगे ना, कोई मतलब हम ये थोड़ी करेंगे कि मतलब ये भी हो सकता है कि आपको नॉलेज है बट आपको इतनी नॉलेज नहीं है कि आप पूरा प्रोजेक्ट खुद से बना सको, आप थोड़ा मतलब डिबगिंग करते हो, मतलब आप थोड़ा सा बैकआउट कर जाते हो कि नहीं भाई इतना सारा काम मुझसे नहीं होगा, तो आपको मतलब और लोगों की ज़रूरत है, ठीक है, आपको थोड़ा इंटरैक्ट करने की ज़रूरत है, तो उसी जगह हमारे पास आता है ओपन सोर्स की। ओपन सोर्स पे क्या है, बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपने अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स निकाल रखे हैं, ठीक है, बहुत सारे लोग रेपोजिटरीज हैं जिसमें आप कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो, लोगों से इंटरैक्ट कर सकते हो, ठीक है, एक टीम वाला एनवायरनमेंट मिलता है आपको, ठीक है, और आप ये भी कर सकते हो कि अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स डाल दो और बाकी लोग कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं, तो लाइक माइंडेड पीपल से आपको इंटरैक्ट करने का मौका मिल जाता है, ठीक है, तो ओपन सोर्स में कंट्रीब्यूट तो करना है, ठीक है, लेकिन मान लो मैंने कोई कोर्स किया, ठीक है, मैं अभी बिगनर हूँ, मुझे इतनी ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं कि कैसे सारी चीज़ें चलती हैं, बट हाँ मुझे मेरे में पैशन है, मुझे मतलब करना है, काम करना ओपन सोर्स में और मुझे कंट्रीब्यूट करना है, ठीक है, तो मैं क्या करूँगा, मैं रिपोजिटरीज वगैरह ढूंढता हूँ, ठीक है, कि मैं कहाँ कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता हूँ, कौन से मेरे टेक स्टैक को मैच करती हैं, जैसे मैंने भी जब अपना एंड्रॉइड कोर्स किया था, तो मैं कॉटन में डेवलप करता हूँ, आपसे मैं कॉटन बेस्ड नेटिव ऐप्स ढूंढ रहा था कि कौन सी नेटिव ऐप्स जहाँ पे मैं कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता हूँ, ठीक है, तो ऐसा नहीं कि रिपोजिटरीज नहीं, गिटहब पे बहुत सारी रिपोजिटरीज हैं, ठीक है, बट मुझे मिली, देखो जैसे सिग्नल मिला, ठीक है, टेलीग्राम मिला, अब ये रिपोजिटरीज ऐसे हैं कि इनका कोड बेस पहली बात इतना बड़ा है, और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि इनके जो इश्यूज हैं वो मतलब थोड़ी ज़्यादा हाई लेवल के होते हैं और बिगनर्स को इतनी इजीली समझ नहीं आता, तो पहले तो वो पहले समझेंगे कि इशू है क्या, फिर देखेंगे कि मैं उसे रिजॉल्व भी कर पाता हूँ या नहीं, ठीक है, तो वो उसके बाद कोड बेस देखते हैं, इतना बड़ा वो वैसे ही ओवरवेल्म हो जाते हैं, तो उससे पहले कि वो कंट्रीब्यूट करे वो पहले बैकआउट कर देते हैं कि भाई मेरे बस की बात नहीं है, मुझसे नहीं होगा ये सब, ठीक है, तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम होती है बिगनर के लिए कि वो हर्डल फेस करता है ओपन सोर्स कंट्रीब्यूशन में, ठीक है, तो क्या करना है, हमें एक प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग अप्रोच फॉलो करनी है और ओपन सोर्स में कंट्रीब्यूट भी करना है, तो दैट्स वेयर वी कम इनटू पिक्चर कि हम आपकी हेल्प करेंगे। हम कैसे हेल्प करेंगे, तो कोर्ससोर्स एक कम्युनिटी है जहां पर हम आपको बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रोजेक्ट्स देंगे, ठीक है, जो रियल वर्ल्ड प्रॉब्लम्स को भी सॉल्व करते हैं और साथ साथ मतलब इजी टू कंट्रीब्यूट भी है, एक बिगनर भी कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है, एक एब्सोल्यूट बिगनर जिसने अभी मतलब सीखना शुरू किया है किसी भी पर्टिकुलर टेक्नोलॉजी को, किसी पर्टिकुलर टेक स्टैक को, और एक प्रोफेशनल जो मतलब कुछ साल का जैसे एक्सपीरियंस है वो भी कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है। हमारे पास हर तरह के इश्यूज हैं, एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट मतलब ऐसे अपने आप को रिस्ट्रिक्ट मत करो कि मुझे कोडिंग नहीं आती या मैं फील्ड ऑफ प्रोग्रामिंग में बिल्कुल ही नहीं हूँ, ठीक है, तो मुझे समझ नहीं आता, ठीक है, तो इस वजह से मैं ओपन सोर्स में कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं कर सकता। ओपन सोर्स में कोई भी कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है, सिर्फ हमारे पास कोडिंग के इश्यूज नहीं होते, हमारे पास डिजाइनिंग के इश्यूज हैं, हमारे पास डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के इश्यूज हैं, हमारे पास टेस्टिंग के इश्यूज होते हैं, रिसर्च के इश्यूज होते हैं, और ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब ये इश्यूज बेकार है, ठीक है, हमने कंट्रीब्यूट करना शुरू किया था तो हम भी मतलब ऐसे इश्यूज पे कंट्रीब्यूट करते थे, ठीक है, क्योंकि किसी भी रिपोजिटरी में रीडमी भी काफी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है, ठीक है, हमें टेस्टिंग वगैरह करनी पड़ती है, हमें गिटहब वर्कफ्लोज वगैरह मेंटेन करने पड़ते हैं, हमें रिसर्च करनी पड़ती है किसी पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक पे, तो उन सब में भी आप कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो, तो हमारे पास उसके भी इश्यूज हैं, ठीक है, और बाकी हम अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के जितने भी सारे लिंक्स वगैरह हैं हम प्रोवाइड करेंगे, इस वीडियो के डिस्क्रिप्शन में भी होंगे और चैट में भी होंगे, सो मेक श्योर यू चेक देम आउट, ठीक है, एंड डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर ज्वाइन करना, वहाँ पर हम काफ़ी एक्टिव हैं और वहाँ पर हम सारे इश्यूज वगैरह सारे डाउट्स वगैरह रिजॉल्व करते हैं और एक अच्छी कम्युनिटी बिल्डिंग होती है, डिस्कशन होता है अच्छे से, ठीक है, एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस हमारे पास जो हमारे नेक्स्ट प्लान है वो ये है कि हम एक यूट्यूब चैनल भी स्टार्ट करेंगे, ठीक है, और यूट्यूब चैनल पे भी हमारे पास सेम ही हम पैटर्न फॉलो करने वाले हैं, प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग अप्रोच होगी, हम स्क्रैच से सारे के सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स डिस्कस करेंगे, ठीक है, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम दी वेरी आइडिएशन फेज, फिर डिजाइनिंग उसका, फिर डेवलपमेंट और थोड़ा बहुत डिप्लॉयमेंट भी दिखाएंगे आपको कि प्ले स्टोर वगैरह पे आप कैसे एप्स वगैरह या वेबसाइट का डिप्लॉयमेंट है तो वेबसाइट को कैसे आप होस्ट कर सकते हो, ठीक है, सो सीइंग दिस एज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी कि हमें डेवकॉन में प्रेजेंट करने का मौका मिला है, सो वी आर ऑल्सो लॉन्चिंग द ट्रेलर ऑफ आवर यूट्यूब चैनल, सो Kshitij, can you please share your screen? So do check out the link that has been provided in the chat and like, share, subscribe to the channel. एंड टॉकिंग अबाउट ओपन सोर्स, हमारे अभी गिटहब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है कोड सॉस की, गिटहब पे आप चेकआउट कर सकते हो। और करेंटली उस पर हमारे 3 प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। एक हमारा फिटमेट है, जिसके बारे में यथार्थ डिपार्टमेंट डिस्क्राइब करेगा अच्छे से कि क्या है फिटमेट और कैसे हमने उसे स्टार्ट वगैरह किया था। और सेकंड हमारे पास कोड सॉस की ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट है विच इज़ करेंटली अंडर डेवलपमेंट, तो फील फ्री टू कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट, हम एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं सारे इशूज़ रिक्वेस्ट वगैरह, ठीक है। एंड द थर्ड वन इज फिटमेट्स ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट, जिस पर भी काम चल रहा है, ठीक है। तो यू कैन कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट टू इट एंड मूविंग फॉरवर्ड should as well now give you a मतलब overview that how you can contribute to our organization and look for open source look for issues and everything and contribute.
So hey everyone, this is so अब हम जानेंगे कि ओपन सोर्स में एक ब्रीफ जानेंगे कि इंट्रोडक्शन की, जैसे कंट्रीब्यूट कैसे करते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस कैसे देखते हैं, प्रोजेक्ट्स कैसे देखते हैं, एंड एक ब्रीफ इसके बारे में जानेंगे। सो लेट मी शेयर माय स्क्रीन। So I hope my screen is visible now. So yeah. So अब हम देखेंगे कि गिट, अब देखो ओपन सोर्स स्टार्ट करने के लिए लाइक अगर तुम गिटअप यूज कर रहे हो, सो यू शुड हैव गिट फर्स्ट, ठीक है। सो गिट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, ठीक है। गिट और गिटअप की नॉलेज थोड़ी बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट थोड़ी जरूरी है, ठीक है। अगर तुम्हें कोडिंग भी इतनी नहीं आती, बट गिट और गिटअप पे अगर तुम्हें बेसिक कमांड्स भी आते हैं, सो दैट विल डू, ठीक है। ताकि इससे तुम्हें पता लगेगा कि तुम कंट्रीब्यूट कैसे कर सकते हो, बिकॉज देयर आर सर्टेन कमांड्स, देयर आर सर्टेन थिंग्स दैट यू शुड नो बिफोर हैंड कि कंट्रीब्यूट कैसे करना है, ठीक है। सो सबसे पहले अगर तुम्हारे लैपटॉप में गिट नहीं है, सो यू कैन डाउनलोड गिट फ्रॉम हियर, ठीक है, git.scm.com, so you can download on your desktop git version and now coming to GitHub, ठीक है। so GitHub पे अगर हम आते हैं तो GitHub अकाउंट बनाने के बाद अब GitHub में स्टार्ट कैसे करें, ठीक है। so अगर एक चीज़ तो होती है कि हम एक प्रोजेक्ट बनाएं, ठीक है, और एक होती है कि हम प्रोजेक्ट में कंट्रीब्यूट करना है। तो प्रोजेक्ट में कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए हमें प्रोजेक्ट चाहिए पहले, ठीक है। so प्रोजेक्ट देखने के लिए हम देखेंगे कि कैसे प्रोजेक्ट फाइंड करना है, ठीक है। अब एक तरीका है कि हम सर्च पे जाएं एंड सपोज मेरे को कॉटलिन आती है एंड आई राइट कॉटलिन एंड मैंने लिखा, ठीक है। अब मेरे पास यू कैन सी 1,41,000 रिपोजिटरीज आ गई। सो व्हाट लाइक अब इन सारी रिपोजिटरीज में देखना, इसमें कुछ होगी तो बहुत अच्छी रिपोजिटरीज भी होगी एंड कुछ होगी जो इतनी अच्छी नहीं होगी, एंड मतलब कुछ हो सकती है कि थोड़े अलग टेक्स्ट स्टैक की हो या कुछ भी। सो ये एक दिक्कत हो जाती है कि तुम ऐसे सर्च करते हो अपने बहुत इट्स द हासिल। सो ऑब्वियसली यू कैन ऑलवेज सर्च फ्रॉम हियर, तुम लैंग्वेजेस से फिल्टर आउट कर सकते हो एंड यू कैन ऑलवेज यूजर से, जिससे भी तुम्हें लगना है। बट एक चीज़ होती है कि जो बिगनर्स होते हैं वो ऐसे ढूंढ सकते हैं, ठीक है। सो एक चीज़ होती है कि हमें प्रोजेक्ट देखना है, तो प्रोजेक्ट कैसे ढूंढे, ठीक है। सो इसलिए हमने एक ये भी ऑब्जेक्टिव था कि हमारा कोड सॉस स्टार्ट करने के लिए कि हम कोड सॉस में ऐसे इन बिगनर फ्रेंडली जो प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं वो लॉन्च करेंगे, और जिसमें चाहे तुम बिगनर हो या तुम प्रो हो, यू कैन ऑलवेज कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट टू दैट एंड बिल्ड योर नॉलेज। सो जैसे अब हम एग्जाम्पल लेंगे, ठीक है। सबसे पहले कोड सॉस पे जाते हैं, ठीक है। सपोज आई गॉट कोड सॉस, मैं एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आया, ठीक है। मैंने देखा दिस इज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड आई गो टू फिटमेट, ओके। सो मैं फिटमेट में आया एंड आई सी ओके, सो दिस इज लाइक द प्रोजेक्ट आई एम सीइंग राइट नाउ एंड मुझे इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करना है, ठीक है। तो अब प्रोजेक्ट देखने के बाद अब प्रोजेक्ट को जाने कैसे, ठीक है। अब तुम डायरेक्टली तो कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं कर सकते, तुम्हें जानना भी पड़ेगा कि क्या होता है, कैसे हो रहा है। सो उसके लिए क्या करेंगे, उसके लिए सबसे पहले हम अबाउट और रिव्यू पढ़ेंगे, ठीक है। सो दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग कि अगर तुम्हें कभी भी प्रोजेक्ट में कंट्रीब्यूट करना है तो सबसे पहली चीज जो तुम करोगे वो है तुम अबाउट और readme.md पढ़ोगे, ठीक है। सो तुम अबाउट अगर है तो ठीक है, बढ़िया है, अगर नहीं है तो तुम यू कैन मूव फॉरवर्ड टू readme.md। readme.md तुम्हें एक ओवरव्यू दे देगा कि प्रोजेक्ट में है क्या, ठीक है। लाइक प्रोजेक्ट में होता क्या है, फीचर्स क्या है, उसको सेटअप कैसे करना है प्रोजेक्ट को, एंड एनीथिंग एल्स जो भी वो चाहते हैं तुम्हें बताने के लिए, वो सारे तुम्हारे टेक स्टैक हो गया, जो भी एक्स्ट्रा चीज़ें हैं जो भी प्रोजेक्ट को डिस्क्राइब करती है, वो सारी चीज़ें तुम फिटमेट के जैसे किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट रिपोजिटरी में जाओगे तो यू कैन फाइंड देयर, ठीक है। तुम कोई भी रिपोजिटरी में जाओगे तो readme.md तुम्हें एक क्लियर ओवरव्यू दे देगा कि प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में एक इन्फॉर्मेशन दे देगा, ठीक है। चलो अब मैंने ये तो जान लिया कि ओके, सो आई गॉट टू नो कि ठीक है प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में इन्फॉर्मेशन लग गई और मेरे को थोड़ा सा अच्छा आइडिया लग गया, ठीक है प्रोजेक्ट ऐसा है। बट अब मुझे कंट्रीब्यूट करना है, तो कंट्रीब्यूट कैसे स्टार्ट करूँ। सो कंट्रीब्यूट स्टार्ट करने से पहले तुम्हें एक और फाइल है जो मैं तुम्हें हमेशा पढ़नी चाहिए, रेफर करनी चाहिए, दैट इज कंट्रीब्यूटिंग गाइडलाइंस, ठीक है। सो कंट्रीब्यूटिंग गाइडलाइंस क्या करता है, कंट्रीब्यूटिंग गाइडलाइंस तुम्हें बताता है कि प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में तुम्हें कंट्रीब्यूट कैसे करना है, ठीक है। सो दिस इज ऑल्सो एन इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, ठीक है। रीडमी हो गया, कंट्रीब्यूटिंग, किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट में तुम कंट्रीब्यूट करने से पहले ये दोनों चीज़ें पढ़ लेनी चाहिए। दिस विल गिव यू अ क्लियर ओवरव्यू कि तुम्हें कैसे कंट्रीब्यूट करना है, तुम प्रोजेक्ट में क्या क्या यूज़ हो रहा है, कैसे तुम इश्यूज बना सकते हो, कैसे तुम सॉल्व कर सकते हो, रिजॉल्व कैसे करना है, तुम्हें असाइन कैसे करना है कोई इशू। तो ये सब कुछ चीज़ें तुम्हें इन दोनों डॉक्यूमेंट से पता चल जाएगा। एंड मैक्सिमम, हम सिर्फ कोड सोर्स की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं, मैक्सिमम ऑफ द रिपोजिटरीज हैव दीज टू contributing guidelines and readme.db. सो ये दोनों होगी तुम्हारे पास, ठीक है। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं कि चलो ठीक है, मैंने देख लिया कि कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग गाइडलाइंस भी आ गई मेरे पास, एंड मेरे पास आ गया कि ठीक है मैंने रीडमी भी पढ़ लिया। अब मेरे को क्लियर ओवरव्यू मिल गया कि कैसा है प्रोजेक्ट और क्या है। अब देखते हैं कि ओके, सो आई वांट टू नो कि अब स्टार्ट कैसे करूँ। सो सब उसके लिए तुम्हें कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट होगा तो उसके अंदर कुछ इश्यूज होंगे, कुछ बग्स होंगे, कुछ एनहांसमेंट्स होगी। सो वो कैसे ढूंढनी है, वो या तो तुम खुद ढूंढ सकते हो, तुम कोड पे जाओ, तुम कोड पढ़ो एंड तुम रन करो, तुम ऐप डाउनलोड करो या तुम वेबसाइट चलाओ और तुम्हें लग रहा है ठीक है मेरे पास ये बग है, मैं देख रहा हूँ एंड आई थिंक आई कैन सॉल्व दैट। सो तुम इशू रेज कर सकते हो, ठीक है। सो इश्यूज पे जाओ एंड इश्यूज पे तुम देख सकते हो कि इश्यूज कैसे, इश्यूज में क्या क्या बोल रखा है, इश्यूज में क्या क्या चीज़ें हैं। बट अगर एक चीज़ हो सकती है, सपोज कि इश्यूज तुम्हें नहीं मिल रहे तो तुम पहले वाले इश्यूज भी देख सकते हो, ठीक है। अगर तुम्हें कोई इश्यूज नहीं मिल रहे क्रिएट करने के लिए तो तुम जो एग्जिस्टिंग इश्यूज है उसमें भी कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो, ठीक है। सो अब एग्जांपल लेते हैं कि मेरे को ये इशू मिला, ठीक है, आई थिंक आई कैन कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट टू दिस। सो मैंने इस इशू को खोला, अब मैं देखूंगा इस इशू में क्या है, ठीक है। मैं एक अच्छी तरह डिस्क्रिप्शन दे रखी होगी इस इशू की, इशू में क्या चाहते हैं वो, इशू में व्हाट दे वांट एंड हाउ दे वांट टू सॉल्व दैट इशू। सो वो तुम्हें क्लियर ओवरव्यू डिस्क्रिप्शन से मिल जाएगा। एंड अगर तुम्हें लगता है कि हाँ ठीक है आई कैन सॉल्व दिस इशू एंड आई थिंक आई कैन सॉल्व दिस इशू, सो तुम उसके अंदर कमेंट कर सकते हो आई वुड लाइक टू वर्क ऑन दिस इशू, ठीक है। बट अगर तुम्हें कोई भी डाउट आ रहा है कि सपोज कर लो तुम्हें डाउट है कि अच्छा नहीं मैं शायद से नहीं कर पाऊंगा इशू, तो तुम क्या कर सकते हो, तुम यहाँ पे कमेंट भी कर सकते हो कि कैन यू प्लीज टेल मी मोर अबाउट दिस इशू। या तुम क्या कर सकते हो, एक बढ़िया चीज़ जो होती है वो होती है कि जैसे कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होगी ना, सो दे विल हैव देयर कम्युनिटी सेक्शंस, कम्युनिटी चैट्स होते हैं, सो वो तुम ज्वाइन कर सकते हो। जैसे हमारे पास हमारा डिस्कॉर्ड चैनल है, ठीक है, तो किसी के पास जीरो हो सकता है, किसी के पास स्लैक हो सकता है। सो दे हैव दीज चैनल्स, कम्युनिटी चैनल्स, जहाँ पे तुम जा सकते हो, जहाँ तुम बात कर सकते हो, डेवलपर से बात कर सकते हो एंड यू कैन आस्क योर डाउट्स, सेटअप प्रोजेक्ट सेटअप में दिक्कत आ रही है। सो वो सारी बातें जो भी है तुम सारी जो भी कम्युनिटी चैनल है उसमें भी बात कर सकते हो। सो ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि अगर तुम्हें कोई भी डाउट हो तो तुम चैट से भी पूछ सकते हो या तुम कम्युनिटी जो कमेंट होते हैं वहाँ भी पूछ सकते हो, ठीक है। चलो मैंने असाइन भी कर लिया, मैंने कमेंट भी कर दिया एंड मेंटेनर हैज असाइन विद दिस इशू। अब मुझे इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करना है। सो एक बेसिक वर्कफ्लो जो होता है वो होता है कि सबसे पहले तुम जो प्रोजेक्ट है तुम उसका एक फोक करोगे, यू विल फोक फ्रॉम दिस, ठीक है, एंड फोक करने का तुम क्लोन करोगे। अच्छा, अब इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्यों है? इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट इसलिए है कि देखो जब भी तुम एक प्रोजेक्ट पर काम करोगे तुम डायरेक्टली तो कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट स्टार्ट नहीं कर दोगे कि जैसे तुम डायरेक्टली तुम चेंज कर दो, मैं कोड में गया एंड डिज़ाइन में गया एंड मैंने उसमें चेंज कर दिया। सो ऐसे तो कोई भी आकर कोड को खराब कर सकता है। सो इसलिए हम क्या करते हैं, हम एक कॉपी बना लेते हैं फोक के थ्रू, हम एक कॉपी बना लेते हैं अपने सर्वर पे जिसको हम जैसे चाहे वैसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं। हम उसे कंट्रीब्यूट, ऑब्वियसली लाइसेंस हमें पढ़ना चाहिए हमेशा कि लाइसेंस के अकॉर्डिंगली हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं, अगर हमें एडिट करना है जो भी करना है। सो उसके थ्रू हम क्या बोल सकते हैं, उसके अंदर कोई भी एडिट चेंज कर सकते हैं और उसके बाद हम क्लोन में अगर चेंजेस करेंगे तो क्लोन में हमारे डेस्कटॉप में आ जाएगी, ठीक है जी। तो हमारे डेस्कटॉप में चेंजेस करके उसे हम पुल रिक्वेस्ट क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। सो पुल रिक्वेस्ट क्रिएट करने के बाद अगर देयर आर सम इश्यूज या देयर आर सम चेंजेस दैट मेंटेनर वांट्स यू टू, तो तुम चेंजेस करके एंड जब सारे चेंजेस हो जाएंगे तो वो तुम्हारा कोड मर्ज कर देंगे एंड दैट्स हाउ यू कंट्रीब्यूट। एक साइकिल बता दी, फोक करो, क्लोन करने के बाद चेंजेस करो एंड चेंजेस करने के बाद यू विल क्रिएट अ पुल रिक्वेस्ट एंड क्रिएट अ पुल रिक्वेस्ट के बाद तुम्हारी मर्ज हो जाएगी। सो ये एक बेसिक आइडिया था कि तुम कैसे कर सकते हो, कैसे कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो और मतलब कैसे प्रोजेक्ट देख सकते हो। अब अगर तुम्हें और डिटेल में जानना है कि मैं प्रोजेक्ट कैसे ढूंढूं या मैं क्या बोलते हैं कैसे गिटअप सीखूं या गिट सीखूं, तो उसके लिए व्हाट आई हैव डन इज आई हैव मेड अ लिंक, ठीक है। सो दिस इज एन अकाउंट, आई विल शेयर दिस इज अ गूगल डॉक। तो इसके अंदर सारे लिंक्स है गिटअप लर्न करने से लेकर गिटअप में कैसे काम करना है वो उसमें देख सकते हो, ठीक है, ये सब चीज़ें। एंड ये तुम्हें क्लियर मतलब बहुत सारे रिसोर्सेज है, तुम एक्सेस कर सकते हो, फ्री कोर्सेज है गिटअप और गिटअप के, ठीक है, एंड गिट लर्निंग साइट के, ठीक है। सो दैट्स इट फ्रॉम माय साइड, मैं एक बार शेयर कर दूंगा ये एंड आई गिव यू लाइक
Kshitiz, someone has asked that what is the difference between Git and GitHub?
ओके, सो सबसे पहले जानते हैं गिट और गिटअप क्या होता है। ओके, लेट मी जस्ट स्टॉप स्केलिंग दिस। सो गिट क्या होता है, देखो गिट होता है वर्जन कंट्रोल। अब सपोज कर लो तुम कोई प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे हो तो उस प्रोजेक्ट में हमेशा तो ऐसे नहीं तुम सारे चेंजेस करते रहोगे, तो एक दिक्कत आती है कि सपोज कर लो तुम्हें चेंजेस ट्रैक भी करने होते हैं, ठीक है। देयर आर डिफरेंट वर्जन ऑफ योर, कि सपोज कर लो तुमने अपना प्रोजेक्ट बनाया तो प्रोजेक्ट में काम कर रहे हो और तुमने प्रोजेक्ट काम करते करते कुछ गलती कर दी, ठीक है, तो अब तुम वापस जाना चाहते हो। अगर तुमने बहुत सारा चेंज कर रहा हो दैट विल बी अ प्रॉब्लम, ठीक है, तुम वापस सारे चेंजेस तो नहीं कर सकते। तो यहाँ पे गिट काम आता है। गिट क्या होता है, एक वर्जन कंट्रोल सिस्टम है, तुम अपने वर्जन्स मेंटेन कर सकते हो अपने जो भी प्रोजेक्ट है उसके, तो अपने डेस्कटॉप में कर सकते हो। ये डेस्कटॉप में क्या होगा, तुम्हारी वर्जन मेंटेन हो जाएगी। तुम कमिट्स के थ्रू अपने वर्जन मेंटेन कर सकते हो, तुम चेंजेस मेंटेन कर सकते हो कि तुमने कौन सा वक्त पे कौन से चेंजेस करे, तुम उस चेंज पे वापस भी जा सकते हो. सो दिस इज गिट इज वर्जन कंट्रोल. ऑन द अदर हैंड गिटहब इज डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड वर्जन कंट्रोल. वो क्या होता है, वो तुम्हारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हो गए या जो भी ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं वो उन्हें होस्ट करने में मदद करता है. अब वो एक सर्वर पे लेकर जाता है उस प्रोजेक्ट को, एंड देयर यू कैन कंट्रीब्यूट टू, देयर यू कैन लाइक, और भी जो लोग हैं वो भी उस प्रोजेक्ट को कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं. सो गिट क्या हो गया, गिट हो गया हमारा वर्जन कंट्रोल सिस्टम जहाँ पे तुम मेंटेन करते हो, जहाँ पे तुम रिकॉर्ड करते हो. और गिटहब क्या हो गया, होस्टिंग प्लेटफॉर्म हो गया जहाँ पे तुम वो प्रोजेक्ट्स हो गए वो होस्ट करते हो, तुम उस पर काम कर सकते हो, कोलैबोरेट कर सकते हो विद अदर टीम्स. सो दिस इज अ डिफरेंस, बेसिक डिफरेंस बिटवीन गिट एंड गिटहब. So I guess I've given like a brief idea about open source and contribution. So that's it from my side. And now Nidhi and Tatisha will take over. Thank you.
I guess before that, Yatharth has to explain about our projects. So Yatharth, go on.
Yeah, so hi guys. As Kshitij and Akash very well explained कि कैसे open source में contribute कर सकते हैं and code source क्या है basically. So I'll take you through a little backstory कि code source बना कैसे and how Fitmate came into being, and obviously this is one of our initial projects. So I want you guys to know कि ये हमने कैसे start किया and how you can learn from our experiences. So basically you guys will be surprised to know कि code source एक महीने पहले तक कुछ नहीं था essentially तो, and code source was just our team name जो कि हम use कर रहे थे एक hackathon में जाने के लिए. एंड हमने कुछ ऐसा सोचा नहीं था. आई थिंक इट वाज इन द लैटर पार्ट ऑफ मे 28-29 में, जिसमें हमने एक हैकेथॉन में पार्टिसिपेट करने का सोचा था. एंड कोड सोर्स वाज जस्ट आवर टीम नेम, नथिंग एल्स. तो हम बस 26-27 से शुरू हुए थे आइडियाज़ जॉट डाउन करने कि हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, हम कैसे प्रोसीड कर सकते हैं इस हैकेथॉन में, बिकॉज एज अ टीम दिस वाज आवर फर्स्ट वन. सो वी डिड नॉट वांट टू मेस दिस अप. इसको हम एक अपॉर्चुनिटी की तरह लेना चाह रहे थे कि पहला हैकेथॉन है तो हम मेहनत करके थोड़ा अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं. सो दैट इज़ वेयर फिटमेट केम इनटू बीइंग. बेसिकली उस हैकेथॉन में हमने काफ़ी मेहनत करके फिटमेट को 3-4 दिन में ही अपना जितना मैक्सिमम लेवल पे हम पहुंचा सकते थे, जितने फीचर्स ऐड कर सकते थे, जितना डिज़ाइन में हम बेस्ट कर सकते थे, हमने वो किया. बट सैडली हम थोड़ा ऑब्वियसली दुखी हो गए थे हमें जब हैकेथॉन में कुछ ऐसा वी डिड नॉट गेट एनी प्राइजेस बेसिकली, बिकॉज आई स्टिल रिमेंबर कि जो सेकेंड दिन था हैकेथॉन का, वी वेंट टू स्लीप एट 9:30 इन द मॉर्निंग. वी ऑल वर अवेक द होल नाइट एंड वी वेंट टू स्लीप इन द मॉर्निंग. तो हमने काफ़ी मेहनत डाली थी एंड वी डिड पुट आवर हार्ट एंड सोल इनटू इट. सो हमने सोचा कि अगर हम हैकेथॉन में कुछ नहीं कर पाए तो वी शुड एटलीस्ट प्रोसीड विद दिस प्रोजेक्ट, कि ये वेस्ट नहीं जाना चाहिए. तो ऐसे ही रैंडमली एक दिन बैठे बैठे हम सबको ऐसे ख्याल आया था कि LGM SOC विच इज़ लेट्स ग्रो मोर समर ऑफ कोड, ये नाम का एक ओपन सोर्स प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, तो लेट्स रजिस्टर आवर प्रोजेक्ट अंडर दिस एंड लेट्स सी वेयर दिस टेक्स अस. तो वी वर एलेटेड व्हेन फिटमेट गॉट सिलेक्टेड फॉर द LGM SOC. तो हमें तब हमने थोड़ा और रिसर्च करना शुरू किया, थोड़ा और पढ़ना शुरू किया, एंड दैट्स व्हेन वी केम टू नो कि हम कम्युनिटी से के साथ कैसे वर्क वगैरह कर सकते हैं. तो बेसिकली कोड सोर्स तभी कोड सोर्स केम इनटू बीइंग एंड वी स्टार्टेड अ कम्युनिटी. वी पब्लिसाइज, लोगों ने ज्वाइन किया, लोगों ने फिटमेट बहुत पसंद किया. एंड बेसिकली राइट नाउ ऑल्सो वी आर अराउंड 200 मेम्बर्स, जो एक महीने में हमने सोचा भी नहीं था कि हो जाएगा. बट येस, मतलब बस मेरा ये बताने का मोटिव ये था कि हमने एक महीने पहले तक सोचा भी नहीं था कि हम कुछ ऐसा करेंगे भी. हम लिटरली अभी सेकेंड ईयर्स हैं सारे, तो हमने ऐसा कुछ सोचा भी नहीं था कि कम्युनिटी टाइप बनाएंगे, हम मेंटेनर्स होंगे, मेंटर्स होंगे, उसके लोगों को गाइड कर रहे होंगे. बट येस, वी डिड दैट. एंड हाँ, कोड सोर्स का बेसिकली जो बैक स्टोरी थी हल्की सी, वो ये थी. So I'll just explain in brief कि Fitmate क्या है, and then Nidhi and Tidiksha can take over. So Fitmate हमारा पहला प्रोजेक्ट है एज अ कम्युनिटी, एज कोड सोर्स, जिसमें हमने बहुत एक सिंपल सी एप्लीकेशन का आइडिया उठाया था कि ड्यूरिंग दिस COVID-19 टाइम्स वेयर वन कैन नॉट गो आउट टू फुलफिल हिज और हर फिटनेस नीड्स एंड एनीथिंग ऑफ दैट सॉर्ट, कि जिम्स नहीं खुले, पार्क्स नहीं खुले हैं, तो हम कैसे अपने आप को मोटिवेटेड रख सकते हैं. तो बेसिकली फिटमेट का पॉइंट ये था कि हम एज द नेम सजेस्ट फिटमेट, तो हम वर्कआउट पार्टनर ढूंढने के लिए एप्लीकेशन बनाई कि अगर आपको वर्कआउट के लिए स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, किसी भी चीज़ के लिए कोई पार्टनर चाहिए, यू कैन ईजिली सर्च अकॉर्डिंग टू योर प्रेफरेंसेस और वो आपको मिल जाए। एंड वी ऑल नो कि हम किसी के साथ एक काम करना एंड अकेले वो काम करना ऑब्वियसली ड्यूरिंग दीज टाइम्स कैन बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट। तो इसलिए हमने ये ऐप का आइडिया सोचा एंड दैट केम इनटू बीइंग देन। तो वी हैव एडेड अ फ्यू मोर फीचर्स, जैसे कि हम टाइम चैलेंजेस ले सकते हैं फिटमेट में, हम ब्लॉग्स पढ़ सकते हैं एंड ऑब्वियसली द फाइंड पार्टनर्स वन इज़ आवर मेन फीचर, जो कि आई थिंक कि काफ़ी यूज़फुल होता है इन टाइम्स में, क्योंकि पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस से भी मेरे को पता है कि जब इतने इतने टाइम से ऑलमोस्ट 1.5 ईयर हो गया एंड कोई बाहर नहीं जा रहा है, कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, तो घर पे वर्कआउट वगैरह करना कैन बी डिफ़िकल्ट इन मतलब अलोन बेसिकली। तो हमने इसलिए आइडिया है एंड ऑल्सो फिटमेट को ओपन सोर्स में डालने का भी यही पॉइंट था कि ताकि हम इसमें और फीचर्स ऐड कर सकें, जैसे ग्रुप चैट्स वगैरह एंड मैनी अदर फीचर्स, जो कि हम इश्यूज वगैरह बनाते रहेंगे एंड इम्प्लीमेंट करते रहेंगे धीरे धीरे। बट यस, हमारा मेन फीचर यही था कि फिटमेंट बनाने का। एंड yeah, that's it from my side, and now Nidhi and Didiksha will take you through to the end. Thank you.
Okay, so this was about us and the technical stuff. So moving on to you guys, if you have any questions, put them down in the chat box. But before that, let me take up some common questions which we have at the back of our minds. So firstly, why should I even join these communities? In communities का join करने का फायदा क्या है? When I have like unlimited tutorials available on YouTube, Coursera, Audacity, and many other platforms like that. So फायदा ये है कि वी गेट टू इंटरैक्ट विद द मेंटोर्स एंड मेंटेनर्स वन टू वन। लाइक हमारा डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर है, वी सॉर्ट द डाउट्स एज मच एज वी कैन, एंड इवन हमने डाउट्स वॉइस चैट पे भी सॉल्व करे हुए हैं। सो दैट्स लाइक अ प्लस पॉइंट अकॉर्डिंग टू मी कि वन टू वन इंटरैक्शन है with the mentors and maintainers and people who are specialized in a particular tech stack. And moreover, you get to connect with like-minded people. Often we need people to participate in hackathons with us, but generally हमको वो लोग नहीं मिलते हैं जो ऐसा सेम टेक स्टैक शेयर कर रहे हो या फिर किसी आइडिया पे काम करना चाह रहे हो। तो you can always look out for them in the community. And thirdly and most importantly, you can build like good connections also, which will be helpful for you in the future also. So yeah, I guess it's a great place to get
And
your work recognized. Yeah.
yeah, so adding on to what Nidhi said, it is a great place to get your work recognized. अब जैसे तुम कंसिस्टेंटली एफर्ट करोगे, धीरे धीरे तुम्हारा एफर्ट रिकॉग्नाइज होता है एंड डेफिनेटली स्किल्स तो इम्प्रूव हो ही रही है ये सब करने से। तो like consistently your effort would be get recognized by the people in the industry and community as well, and this can lead to getting good opportunities. एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ इसके अलावा ये है कि ये सिर्फ कोडिंग के लिए नहीं है। लाइक ये कॉमन परसेप्शन रहता है लोगों का कि ओपन सोर्स सिर्फ कोडिंग के लिए है, बट दैट्स नॉट ट्रू। इट हैज़ वाइड fields ranging from UI UX research, documentation, testing, and like so many more fields. So you can definitely explore them all.
Yes, totally. That's absolutely true. Even we all started like this only. Like my first open source contribution was just to rename a file. Like that counts as a valid contribution. So yeah, the next question is that start kahan se kare actually. So guys, start now. Start with CodeSource or any other platform or opportunity that you get. We have some projects as like Kshitiz, Akash and Yatharth told you guys. We have some projects and we are planning to come up with some other projects as well, including various other tech stacks also.
And if you have any doubts regarding open source or code source, so you can like ask us right away in the chat, or you can check out the link for our Discord server, and we are happy to help you all.
Yeah, actually. So I guess DevCon has some cool hackathons going on too. You can start with them also. So I guess that was all from our side. It was great interacting with you all. I see no more questions in the chat box right now. So I guess we'll be winding it up, hoping to learn and grow together with CodeSauce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Today's first webinar with Code Source community was impeccable. That was something flabbergasting. Moving on to our second webinar of the day, we have Mr. Utsav Aggarwal, data scientist at Oracle, with us to make us all explore about machine learning and full stack development. According to a common observation, developers tend to ignore the importance of data structures. We commonly find students jumbled with the decisions whether to learn machine learning or full stack development while being in college. Hence, this session is organized to put light on the fact that data structures and algorithms are not only important for clearing interviews but for developing problem solving skills too. Finally, you will be able to decide what is better for you at the moment and how you can decide what to go with. So let's begin with our second webinar by welcoming Mr. Utsav Aggarwal. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the beautiful introduction. So, guys, first of all, today's talk is about why you should choose machine learning or you should go in a full stack development. Okay, and we will discuss about different factors that can play in your case, because everyone has its own interest, right? And our interest may sometimes align with the goal, sometimes may not. So at this point of time, it becomes really important to us so that we actually get guidance in what deep diving from a bird's view, right? What is exactly in this field, what is in this field. तो आपको एक आइडिया लग जाएगा कि बेसिकली आपको उस फील्ड में आके क्या करने को मिल सकता है और आप किस तरह के चैलेंजेस को फेस करेंगे. So that is the whole idea to that, and we will also discuss some of the things that you will be doing. So sometimes कि ऐसा होता है कि we may not be very much interested in learning, but we sometimes interested in the outcome. So आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम है जो आपको बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग लगती है, जो आप सॉल्व करना चाहते हैं, तो उस प्रॉब्लम को भी आप सीखने के पर्पस से कोई टेक्नोलॉजी को कोई किसी चीज को आप सीख सकते हैं. तो हम इसके बारे में अभी बात करेंगे. ठीक है, तो सबसे पहले तो आई हैव अ स्लाइड ओवर हियर, एंड आई विल ब्रिंग माय स्लाइड. आई विल ट्राई टू शेयर माय स्क्रीन, and we will try to go step by step with that, and we will see. So अगर आपके कोई questions हैं in between, so you guys can let me know. Otherwise, at the end of the session also we can discuss those questions. So yeah, I hope you can see my screen. So Srishti, if it is visible, if it is not visible or anything is problematic, just let me know. So yeah, we'll explore machine learning and full stack development. And about me, so I am a senior data scientist in Oracle, and I currently am working in the machine learning field from past 5 years. तो मुझे बेसिकली मोर और लेस मशीन लर्निंग यूज केसेस का ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस है एज कम्पेयर टू द फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट. बट एनीथिंग, कोई भी काम जो मैंने करा है मशीन लर्निंग में, इट इज ऑलवेज डिप्लॉयड इन अ फुल स्टैक फ्रेमवर्क. बिकॉज लेट मी टेक एन एग्जांपल लाइक नेटफ्लिक्स. तो नेटफ्लिक्स एक वेबसाइट है जिसका एक प्रॉपर यूआई है, प्रॉपर बैकएंड है, जिसका एक डेटाबेस है. बट वही नेटफ्लिक्स आप देखिए कि इट ऑल्सो रिकमेंड्स यू वीडियोस बेस्ड ऑन योर टेस्ट. इट बेसिकली पर्सनलाइज योर एक्सपीरियंस while going through it, right? You watched a video, you watched a movie, it will recommend the next movie based on your previous taste. So that is the brain part of the Netflix that is going behind. So wo jo brain part hai, that is where the machine learning comes into play. So machine learning algorithm build and generate some outputs, but overall it will fit in the whole full stack framework of building a website or building an application or whatever it is. So about me, again, I have built on these use cases more on the machine learning side. But yeah, but I have in my college days have experience in full stack development. And let me take you first of all, what is the full stack development that we are talking. So I'll take an example. So if you see this image on the middle, right, I'll take the example of a website. For example, let's take a website of a Yahoo or maybe Google, right? So what exactly is going on to build a website like that, right? So there are four components to that. The first thing is that the user interface, the front end technology which we say. So basically इसका मतलब होता है कि क्या यूजर को दिखेगा स्क्रीन पे जब वो आपकी वेबसाइट को ओपन करेगा. So that is the first and the very important step, because अगर आपको फर्स्ट विजुअल में ही कोई चीज पसंद नहीं आती, you won't be using that again, वो कितनी भी अच्छी क्यों ना हो. So you have to make that first visual appearance as user friendly as possible, कि वो कुछ भी करने आए, आपका कोई भी सर्व, कोई भी मोटो हो उस वेबसाइट को बनाने का, तो वो उससे सॉल्व होता हो, राइट? So this is the first thing, and for that front end development we have lots and lots of technologies. We have HTML, we have CSS, we have scripting, script like JavaScripts. Okay, we have again React Native. तो इसको अगर आपको सिंपली एक फ्रंट एंड डेवलपर बनना हो, तो इन टेक्नोलॉजीज को अगर आप अच्छे से कर लेते हैं, तो दैट वुड बी गुड एनफ टू डू फ्रंट एंड डेवलपमेंट. बट दैट्स नॉट इट इन द फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट. फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट में आप यूआई तो डेवलप करोगे ही करोगे, उसके बाद आप उसका बैकएंड भी डेवलप करोगे. मींस उसका जो ब्रेन पार्ट है, राइट? आपसे गूगल ने आपसे क्वेरी ली, बट एट द बैक एंड इट इज प्रोसेसिंग दैट क्वेरी and it is able to retrieve you the results from its database and showing it to you. So the whole part now is handled by the backend, all the brain part that is going on. Now brain part is interacting with a database here. So in the left side, if you see, we have the database. So based on your query, it will, let's say I want to search for the president of USA. Okay, and now this will be backend will take care to process the query and to break down what it means. Now it is able to understand what I meant and what I need. Now it will query the database. This database are of again different types. It can be NoSQL database, it can be SQL database, or it can be MongoDB. There are different type of database, but the mostly used ones are the SQL databases. Okay, so again in backend, then you can use different languages, for example Python, Java, or any other backend language. But again, these are the things that are the components that make a full stack developer. Okay, now once a front end, back end, and the database all is built, so the site is functional in your system locally. Now the next thing is to make it as a service to someone, right? अगर आप उसको कहीं host नहीं करोगे, तो कोई उसको यूज ही नहीं कर सकता है. Correct. For example, if I make Google, or if I make some search engine, let's say not Google but some search engine that has some search capabilities, और मैं उसको अपने सिस्टम में ही रखता हूँ, तो कोई भी बंदा outside my network, my home network, cannot access that particular website, right? So now that I have to take this website to the right hand part, which is the cloud vendor, जिसके लिए हम आज के टाइम पे AWS का नाम सुनते हैं for Amazon Web Services. Then हमारे पास Microsoft Azure, Google GCP and different sorts of cloud platform available हैं, जहाँ पर हम जाके अपनी इस मॉड्यूल को डिप्लॉय कर सकते हैं एज अ सर्विस, जो सर्विस कोई भी वेब के थ्रू एक्सेस कर सकता है. सो आई होप अब आपको आइडिया लग गया होगा कि व्हाट इज अ फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट. नाउ अगर आपको एक फ्रंट एंड डेवलपर बनना है इसके अंदर, सिर्फ और सिर्फ यू वांट टू गो टू द नीच ऑफ front end developer, then you don't need to go too much into the like coding understanding, to in-depth coding. But again, for a back-end developer, coding plays an essential role. Okay, so again in the coding he should be aware of data structures, as like for example if you are targeting companies like Amazon, तो वहां पर data structures और algorithms बहुत ही important factor हो जाता है to crack that, right? For they will ask questions from list, from arrays, from dynamic programming, from maps, from all those different things. तो वहां पर आपको आपकी बैकएंड में डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्स और एल्गोरिथम्स पे पकड़ अच्छी होनी चाहिए, ठीक है? अदरवाइज अगर आप सिंपल फ्रंट एंड को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, अगर आप कंपनीज टारगेट कर रहे हैं फ्रंट एंड में, तो देयर आर टन्स ऑफ कंपनीज, बट आपको वहां इतना हाई एंड एल्गोरिथमिक डेवलपमेंट नहीं चाहिए. आपको अगर कोडिंग प्रोग्रामिंग की ठीक ठाक नॉलेज है, आप बेसिक बिगिनर लेवल, इंटरमीडिएट लेवल प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व कर पाते हैं कोड शेफ पे, हैकरहट पे या लीड कोड पे, आई थिंक, एंड यू नो वन ऑफ दोस टेक्नोलॉजीज, फॉर एग्जांपल एंगुलर, नेटिव और रिएक्ट, then I think this is a good enough information that you have. But to be a full stack developer, you should know all of these and you should be able to interact and communicate very well, because इसका मतलब ये है कि यहाँ पर आप पूरे एक प्रोडक्ट पे काम कर रहे हो, और जब आप एक प्रोडक्ट पे काम करते हो आपको उस प्रोडक्ट को समझना भी पड़ता है कि आपको बनाना क्या है, राइट? और आप उसको प्रेजेंट भी करना पड़ता है कि आपने बनाया क्या है. तो यहाँ पर कम्युनिकेशन एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है आपकी लाइफ में. तो यहीं पर अगर आप सैलरीज देखोगे अक्रॉस जर्मनी, इंडिया, यूनाइटेड किंगडम एंड यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, तो आपको फुल स्टैक डेवलपर की सैलरी हमेशा टॉप 5 में तो दिखेगी ही. दिस इज द रीजन बिकॉज full stack developer is in demand from the past 10 15 20 years. So आप समझ सकते हैं कि it is a very because हर इंडस्ट्री को, not just IT industry but you talk about healthcare, you talk about for example automobiles, you talk about e-commerce, retail, सभी इंडस्ट्रीज को ऐसे फुल स्टैक डेवलपर्स की जरूरत है उनका बिजनेस आसान करने के लिए, टू मेक इट मोर डिजिटाइज, राइट. तो यहीं पर अगर आप salary comparison करेंगे तो you will see that in India you will see full stack developer salary. This is the report of I guess 2019 or 20 I guess, because मुझे इससे latest report नहीं मिली, but आप देख सकते हैं it is in top 5 and it has been in top 5 for past 10 15 20 years. So it is that kind of technology. But again अगर आपका interest है application side में, application build करने में, websites को build करने में from scratch, then full stack development is for you. Otherwise guys, just for the sake of salary, because salary is high है, you won't be able to get through, because कुछ भी आप कर रहे हो आपको उसमें अच्छा तो होना ही पड़ेगा, राइट. कुछ भी कर रहे हो तो तभी आप अच्छी कंपनीज को टारगेट कर सकते हैं, अच्छे क्लाइंट्स को टारगेट कर सकते हैं. इसमें आप फुल स्टैक में आप लोग फ्रीलांसिंग भी इजीली कर सकते हैं. अगर आप कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स हैं, आप सेकंड थर्ड ईयर में हो और अगर अभी आप जॉब ढूंढ भी नहीं रहे और आपको फुल स्टैक की नॉलेज है, तो आप freelance.com या इन वेबसाइट्स पर अपना अकाउंट बना के अभी से छोटे छोटे प्रोजेक्ट लेने कर सकते हैं और आप अर्निंग भी कर सकते हैं. सो इट इज अ स्किल लाइक दैट. देन वी हैव मशीन लर्निंग एंड AI. नाउ गाइस, मशीन लर्निंग और AI थोड़ा सा फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट से अलग हो जाता है. इसके अंदर अगर हम समझें कि जैसे नेटफ्लिक्स का एग्जांपल मैंने लिया था, तो वहीं पर नेटफ्लिक्स में हम ब्रेन डेवलप कर रहे थे, राइट. ब्रेन टू एट द बैक एंड में एक ब्रेन काम कर रहा है जो आपको कुछ रिकमेंड कर रहा है जो आपके टेस्ट का है. ये हम यूट्यूब का एग्जांपल है, तो यूट्यूब आपको डेली नई से नई वीडियोस आपको रिकमेंड करता है बेस्ड ऑन योर टेस्ट, और आपकी रिकमेंडेशन और आपके पेरेंट्स की रिकमेंडेशन वुड बी कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट, राइट. मेरे पेरेंट्स की रिकमेंडेशन में मोस्टली भजन आ रहे होते हैं, तो बिल्कुल ही डिफरेंट होती है. और तो यूट्यूब को पता कैसे लगता है कि लाखों करोड़ों यूजर्स, बिलियंस ऑफ पीपल आर यूजिंग यूट्यूब एवरी डे, तो उन्हें कैसे पता लगता है कि हमारा टेस्ट क्या है. दैट्स वेयर मशीन लर्निंग एंड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कम इनटू प्ले. Okay, and for example the self-driving cars is a very super example of artificial intelligence जो कि internally use करता है machine learning algorithms. So machine learning algorithms or machine learning is a learning that happens with the help of data, right. इसके through we can create something that is known as artificial intelligence. तो मैं आपको एक बहुत ही छोटा सा example दे रहा हूँ. Anything that can mimic human like behavior can be called as artificial intelligence. फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर एक रोबोट चल भी रहा है तो आप उसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बोल सकते हैं. इवन इन 1960s 70s इफ यू सी, देयर टाइम रोबोट्स वर देयर, बट द रोबोट्स कैन यूजुअली डू स्मॉल थिंग्स. दे कैन वॉक, दे कैन से हेलो टू यू, दे कैन डू सिंपल थिंग्स, बट इट shows at some point that it is human like behavior, it is mimicking something like that, so you call it a robot, which is artificial intelligence. But now it has become totally data oriented. So अब हम रोबोट्स को सिखा देते हैं बहुत सारी चीजें, बिकॉज वी हैव द कलेक्शन ऑफ लॉट्स एंड लॉट्स ऑफ डेटास, राइट, एंड वी हैव हाई कंप्यूटिंग पावर, तो हम उस डेटा को अच्छे से प्रोसेस भी कर सकते हैं. तभी आप अभी पिछले 4-5 सालों से 6 सालों से मशीन लर्निंग का नाम सुन रहे हैं. बिकॉज अगर आप देखें आज से 10 साल पहले किसी ने मशीन लर्निंग का नाम सुना होगा? नहीं सुना होगा. व्हाई? बिकॉज दैट टाइम द कलेक्शन ऑफ डेटा वाज नॉट बिग, as well as the computational power of your system were not that good enough to process all sorts of data and do the learning, even though things were there. Algorithms of machine learning were there from 1970s 1975s, right? But right now it is playing a vital role in our lives because of the data, quantity of data on which the machines can learn, and the processing power of our systems. अब हमारे फोन की जो प्रोसेसिंग पावर है वो इतनी हाई है कि अपोलो मिशन जब हुआ था, राइट, जो सब फर्स्ट लैंडिंग ऑन मून थी, उसके मुकाबले 10 to 20 times our phone is capable, our average phone is capable of processing that much thing as compared to Apollo 11 mission. So you can imagine the quantitative leap that has happened in past 30-40 years, right? Now machine learning is another use case is in spam filtering. आपके जीमेल में कुछ मेल्स आते हैं, अपने आप ही स्पैम फोल्डर में चले जाते हैं, because देर आर मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल्स एक्टिंग जो आपके मेल्स को पढ़ते हैं सबसे पहले, और जो ट्रेंड हैं बहुत सारे डेटा पे, तो automatically they direct your mail with a good confidence to your spam box or your inbox. So one great example of machine learning, यहाँ पर Google has all sorts of data, right? They have millions and millions of users and the millions and millions of emails that they have. On top of that data, they have trained a machine learning algorithm, और एक ऐसा समझ सकते हैं कि इस चीज को सिखाया गया है कि देखो ये स्पैम है और ये प्रॉपर ईमेल है. सो नाउ अब एक बार वो चीज सीख गई, so any new email that comes, it is able to classify that this is a spam or this is not spam. So I hope आपको थोड़ा समझ आ रहा होगा कि what I am saying. And now machine learning के अंदर 3 चीजें आ जाती हैं. सबसे पहले supervised learning, unsupervised learning and reinforcement learning. So I'll not go very much deep into it, but मैं आपको एक overview जरूर दे देता हूँ. So supervised learning is a kind of learning in machine learning जहां पर हम ट्रेन करते हैं मॉडल्स को विद द डेटा दैट इज लेबल्ड डेटा. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर मैं एक ईमेल का एग्जांपल लूं, तो मैंने एक ईमेल दी और ईमेल के साथ मैंने उसको बताया कि देखो दिस ईमेल इज अ स्पैम, दिस ईमेल इज नॉट अ स्पैम. सो दिस इज अ एग्जांपल ऑफ सुपरवाइज्ड लर्निंग एल्गोरिथम. बट लेट्स से इन अनसुपरवाइज्ड लर्निंग में आई थ्रो सम 100 emails to a model and मैं कहता हूं कि you figure out what are the spam or what are the not spam emails. Now अब वो क्या करेगा, it doesn't know what are spam or what is not spam, but because it doesn't understand that two words, but what it understands it that these emails are similar to each other and these emails are similar to each other. तो वो उनको 2 अलग-अलग clusters में तोड़ देगा, right? तो वहीं पर अगर आप उन clusters में देखेंगे जाके 2 अलग-अलग clusters में, you will find that emails that are spam are together, right? उनको एक अलग लिस्ट बना दी गई है, और email that are not spam are together. Based on machine learning, it basically able to learn those tags, those patterns, right? And those patterns it then exploits to again categorize the data in both the categories. यही reinforcement learning अगर आपने नाम सुना होगा, like AlphaGo or chess. So all these or even एलॉन मस्क की एक टीम थी जिन्होंने आई थिंक आई डोंट रिमेम्बर द नेम ऑफ द गेम एग्जैक्टली, बट आई थिंक काउंटर स्ट्राइक जैसा ही कोई गेम है, उसके उन्होंने एक बॉट बनाया जिस बॉट ने उस गेम में वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट प्लेयर्स को बीट किया. ऐसे ही अल्फा गो में गो एक गेम है, चाइनीज गेम है, उस गेम में एक बॉट ने वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट गो प्लेयर्स को बीट कर दिया. सिमिलरली चेस में भी ऐसा ही हुआ. सो हाउ अ robot is able to learn something that has never been done before. For example, अभी आपने किसी वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट प्लेयर को बीट कर दिया है, तो ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता कि आपने वो पहले से ही बॉट को बताया होगा, राइट? इसका मतलब ये कि बॉट ने खुद लर्न करा है उस गेम को खेलना, और उसके बाद उसने खेलते खेलते उसको इतना सीख लिया कि नाउ ही इज एबल टू बीट इवन द बेस्ट प्लेयर्स इन द वर्ल्ड. सो दिस हैपेंस इन द रीइंफोर्समेंट लर्निंग, जहां पर एक सिमुलेटेड एनवायरनमेंट होता है रोबोट के पास लर्न करने के लिए. एक सेट ऑफ एक्शंस होते हैं, एक सेट ऑफ स्टेट्स होती हैं जिनमें वो एक्शन लेके लैंड कर सकता है, और वो इसी तरह से खेलना सीखता है. तो आप इसको इसी तरह समझ सकते हैं कि एक बच्चा जब पैदा होता है तो वो खुद ही अपने आप को बार बार खड़ा होता है, गिरता है, खड़ा होता है, गिरता है, अपने हिसाब से धीरे धीरे सीखता भागने लगता है, राइट? सो दैट इज द होल आइडिया बिहाइंड द रीइंफोर्समेंट लर्निंग. तो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगर आप मशीन लर्निंग सीखना चाहते हैं तो सबसे पहले आपका आ जाता है पाइथन, जो एक प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज है जो आपको आनी चाहिए, ठीक है? पाइथन ही यूज होती है मोस्टली आजकल मशीन लर्निंग में, बिकॉज इट इज एन ओपन सोर्स, कम्युनिटी में बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट है पाइथन का. उसके बाद आपकी स्टैटिस्टिक्स, बिकॉज अब आपको डेटा से प्ले करना है तो आपको स्टैटिस्टिक्स आनी चाहिए. All of your machine learning algorithms are evolved from the statistics only. So statistics बहुत ही जरूरी पार्ट हो जाता है मशीन लर्निंग में सीखने के लिए. Now next thing is we have EDA, exploratory data analysis. तो आपको एनालिसिस आनी चाहिए, मतलब आपको कोई डेटा दिया है तो आपको एनालाइज करना आना चाहिए. तो उसको भी आप सीख सकते हैं, मशीन लर्निंग को सीख सकते हैं इस पार्ट को कि डेटा को एनालाइज कैसे करते हैं, ठीक है? यूजिंग डिफरेंट विजुअलाइजेशंस, हिस्टोग्राम, पाई चार्ट, बार ग्राफ्स and different techniques, cleaning techniques, data cleaning techniques होती हैं, data pre-processing techniques होती हैं. This all comes under EDA and feature engineering part that again comes under EDA only. So once you know the data, once you have explored the data, then comes the part of machine learning algorithms जो उस डेटा को यूज करती हैं टू लर्न समथिंग, बिकॉज यू सी द रियल डेटा इज नेवर क्लीन डेटा, उसमें बहुत सारा मतलब अनक्लीन डेटा होता है. तो अपने स्टैटिस्टिक्स ईडीए यूज करके उस डेटा को थोड़ा एक फॉर्मेट में, एक अच्छे फॉर्मेट में आप उसे लेके आए हैं. अब आप मशीन लर्निंग एल्गोरिथम्स को ट्रेन कर रहे हैं यूजिंग दैट डेटा. और वंस यू लर्न मशीन लर्निंग, देन यू कैन लर्न डीप लर्निंग, जो कि एक एडवांस फॉर्म है मशीन लर्निंग की, दैट यूजेस न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स. एंड वंस यू आर on these 5 stairs, I think this trophy can be yours. You can be called yourself a machine learning engineer. But इसी के साथ आपके साथ एक रीडिंग हैबिट जरूर होनी चाहिए, जो आप टूवर्ड्स डेटा साइंस पे कर सकते हैं. अगेन आप इंटरेक्ट करें कम्युनिटी में टू लर्न फ्रॉम ईच अदर. आप यूट्यूब पे वीडियोस देखिए, आप गिटहब पे औरों के कोड पढ़िए, आप कैगल पे जाके पार्टिसिपेट करें हैं competitions में. So this will overall enhance your learning as far as the machine learning is concerned. So इसी के साथ मैं आपके भी कुछ क्वेश्चंस लेना चाहूंगा, अगर हैं तो let me just stop sharing. एक क्वेश्चन है, इज फ्लटर गुड फॉर फुल स्टैक, राइट? सो मुझे फ्लटर के बारे में इतना नॉलेज नहीं है, आई एम सॉरी, बट रिसेंटली मतलब ये इट्स इन ट्रेंड, सो आई थिंक इट शुड बी गुड, बट आई कांट कमेंट मच, सो आई डोंट हैव मच नॉलेज इन इट. What to choose, React or Angular if I'm going to for full stack? So आप React और Angular दोनों ही I think equally डिमांड में है अगर आप मार्केट कंसर्न से सोच रहे हैं. अदरवाइज अगर आप सीखने के पर्सपेक्टिव से सोच रहे हैं तो देन इट कम्स टू यू, आपको क्या ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है सीखना, React और Angular. बट दोनों के ऊपर ही एनफ कोर्सेज हैं यूट्यूब पे और Udemy पे, कोर्सेरा पे, तो आप उनसे ईजिली सीख सकते हैं, तो इट वोंट बी अ प्रॉब्लम. तो that is one thing I wanted to mention. So again, Udit is asking like, please recommend starting courses for ML, machine learning. So Udit, I will show you something. So अगर आप मशीन लर्निंग और इस फील्ड में अपना करियर स्टार्ट करना चाहते हैं, तो आपको मैं एक चीज दिखा सकता हूँ अभी, and I will share my screen, right? अब YouTube पे अगर जाएंगे, वहां पर आप सिंपल उत्सव अग्रवाल सर्च करें, उत्सव अग्रवाल डेटा साइंस, तो मेरा एक YouTube चैनल भी है जहां पर मैंने काफी सारे मॉड्यूल्स और काफी सारे कोर्सेज को ऑलरेडी बना के डाला हुआ है. दैट इज ऑल फॉर फ्री, राइट? सो आप यहाँ से पाइथन से स्टार्ट करें, पाइथन ट्यूटोरियल फॉर डेटा साइंस, राइट? एंड दिस इज अ प्लेलिस्ट बेसिकली. आप इस प्लेलिस्ट में जाएं, आप पाइथन की सबसे पहले पाइथन की नॉलेज लें, बिकॉज दिस इज द ओनली थिंग दैट यू आर गोइंग टू यूज थ्रू आउट द ओनली लैंग्वेज, राइट? तो इसको आप एक बार कर लेते हैं, आप थोड़ी पाइथन की प्रैक्टिस करें, ठीक है? उस प्रैक्टिस को करने के बाद आप आ जाएं स्टैटिस्टिक्स पे. सो स्टैटिस्टिक्स की भी पूरी प्लेलिस्ट है ये, तो दैट यू कैन सी, राइट? सो स्टैटिस्टिक्स में आपको थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया लग जाएगा डेटा साइड का, टाइप्स ऑफ डेटाज, कोवेरिएंस, मीन, मीडियन, मोड, सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक्स, मेजर ऑफ स्प्रेड, प्रोबेबिलिटी, थोड़ा बहुत यूनिफॉर्म डिस्ट्रीब्यूशंस, बिकॉज डेटा में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशंस बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं टू फाइंड द पैटर्न्स इन द डेटा. नाउ अ लिटिल बिट मोर ऑन द hypothesis testing, but this is enough statistics to get ahead from statistics to more exploratory and analytics part, right? तो अगर आप एक बार Python और statistics सीख लेते हैं, तो then you come to this EDA playlist, okay? EDA में आप, this will be a playlist which will help you do hands-on, okay? hands-on करने में डेटा के साथ आपको डेटा डाउनलोड, पूरा वीडियो वाइज वीडियो डेटा डाउनलोड भी करने का लिंक है, सब कोड के साथ समझाया हुआ है, तो आप अच्छे से सीख सकते हैं एक्सप्लोर करना डेटा को. देन एक बार आप इतना कर लेते हैं, तो उसके बाद आई हैव सेशंस, लाइव सेशंस, जिसमें हमने प्रोजेक्ट में बिल्ड करा हुआ है, नेटफ्लिक्स रिकमेंडेशन सिस्टम, फेक न्यूज डिटेक्शन, गेटिंग स्टार्टेड विद मशीन लर्निंग. तो कुछ वीडियोस हैं, ये 1-1, 2-2 घंटे के सेशंस हैं। अगर आप इनको पेशेंटली देखते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको कोई स्टार्टिंग में कोई हर्डल नहीं आएगा, राइट। इसके बाद आप डायरेक्टली डीप डाइव कर सकते हैं प्रॉब्लम्स और प्रोजेक्ट्स पे जो आपको मशीन लर्निंग और डिटेल में सीखने में आपकी हेल्प करेंगे। वर माई स्क्रीन नॉट विजिबल? ओह सॉरी, let me just share again. So guys, this is my YouTube channel. If you search for Utsav Aggarwal Data Science, right, and if you go there, you will see this channel. और इसमें आपको सबसे पहले यहाँ पर Python की playlist है. So this is the Python playlist, okay, that I was talking about. Then this is the statistics tutorial, statistics playlist. That is here. Again, I have already clicked it here on a different page. Then we have exploratory data analysis. So जिसमें आप data को explore करेंगे with the statistics knowledge that you have learned on code on the real data set. That the data set is house price prediction data set. तो ये 3 ऐसी प्लेलिस्ट हैं जो आपको एक अच्छा स्टार्टअप दे देंगी डेटा साइंस की फील्ड में, अच्छा एक्सपोजर आपको मिल जाएगा। उसके बाद आप जाएं नीचे और आपके पास पास्ट लाइव स्ट्रीम्स में मूवी रिकमेंडेशन सिस्टम है, देन फेक न्यूज डिटेक्शन है, पोइट्री जनरेशन है यूजिंग एआई, देन गेटिंग स्टार्टेड मशीन लर्निंग है। तो दिस विल गिव यू एन एक्सपोजर ऑन मशीन लर्निंग एल्गोरिथम्स, और उनके साथ आप रियल टाइम आप प्रोजेक्ट भी बिल्ड कर सकते हैं। तो दिस इज गुड एनफ टू स्टार्ट योर करियर इन मशीन लर्निंग, बिकॉज आपको स्टार्टिंग में नॉलेज चाहिए एंड कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स चाहिए जो आप अपने रिज्यूमे में रख सकते हो, राइट। एंड एक रियल टाइम इंटर्नशिप के लिए आप अप्लाई करना शुरू कर सकते हो। I also have some playlist on, okay, I'll show you some of the playlist I have on data science interview preparation, जिसमें all over कुछ videos की एक playlist है जो आप देख सकते हैं और आप start कर सकते हैं। Then we also have natural language processing, because data is not always numeric. Text data को अलग तरीके से handle करा जाता है। Text data, for example, the way we talk, if it is converted to text, that will become the text data, like Twitter data set or reviews or movie reviews, all those things. So उनके लिए we use those text data sets to build chatbots and different sort of things. So एक ये पूरा project है that we have built here. So इन project से अगर आप start करेंगे, I think आपको कोई दिक्कत starting में नहीं आएगी, but if you still have problems, you can comment on my channel and I will be able to get back to you. So I think ये एक बहुत ही अच्छा start आपको दे सकता है। So what are the types of supervised and unsupervised learning? So supervised learning और unsupervised learning के कुछ ऐसे specific types नहीं है, okay? इनके अंदर फिर algorithms आ जाती हैं। So supervised learning में आ जाएंगे आपकी regression और classification algorithms, जिसमें regression में for example you have to predict a salary of a person you based on some data, जहाँ पर आपको एक continuous number predict करना पड़ता है। But वहीं पर if you see about classification, then the problems like if that is, but this is a cat, this is a dog, right, or this is a spam, this is not a spam, right, all these things come under the unsupervised learning. So this is not a type that comes inside it, but different algorithms that you will be learning inside these two. So any more questions in that, guys? Okay, so here's a question. What encouraged you to go for data science? Basically, मैंने जब अपना career start करा था 2016 में, तो I was actually fortunate enough to started my career in data science field. It was a push from my company's end. I was in TCS, but I was selected for TCS research. So there I started my career in data science, and after that, I worked for 2 years there. I switched to Samsung. I worked there in computer vision, right? Now that deals with the images, the videos, basically the pixel data, right? And वहाँ पर मैंने TCS में I worked on natural language processing, machine learning mostly. But then in Samsung I worked on camera intelligence. For example, अगर आप देखते हैं कैमरा में, it's real-time image stabilization, and you have real-time contrast. You have different sorts of features in your cell phone camera, right? All are powered by machine learning models. Different machine learning models are working for that. So we have a question, like, do you think we can build some kind of trading bot using machine learning? Yeah, we can definitely build a trading bot using machine learning if we get enough data. So the whole thing is that, Shiv, if you get data, you will definitely be able to build it. Saurabh Sharma, what is the significance of ROC curve in machine learning? So ROC curve is receiver operator characteristic. तो जब आप किसी क्लासिफिकेशन प्रॉब्लम पे काम करते हैं, तो अब आपको एक ऐसी फ्रीक्वेंसी पे जाना पड़ता है, थ्रेशोल्ड पे एक मॉडल के, जहां पर प्रिसीजन और रिकॉल आपकी आपकी क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है, तो उस हिसाब से आप ROC की वैल्यू, आप उस कर्व को एनालाइज करते हैं टू गेट योर ऑप्टिमम मॉडल, बेस्ट मॉडल. फॉर एग्जांपल इन हेल्थ केयर जहां पर आपको किसी पर्सन का फॉर एग्जांपल कैंसर डिटेक्शन करना है, राइट, तो वहां पर योर रिकॉल शुड बी हाई, राइट. you cannot have false positives, मतलब you cannot have false negatives. अगर फॉर एग्जांपल कोई किसी पर्सन को कैंसर है बट आप उसे कहते हो कि आपको कैंसर नहीं है, इन दैट केस इट वुड बी रियली बैड, राइट. Will the advancements of deep learning reduce the scope of ML? I don't think. Sir, if I already got some experience in full stack, is it right to switch for data science? If you already got experience in full stack, then first of all, build some proper use cases, proper websites or proper applications in full stack. आप एक चीज सीखोगे, दूसरी चीज में आ जाओगे, फिर तीसरी चीज सीखोगे, उसका क्या फायदा? जब तक आप उस चीज के थ्रू सर्व नहीं करोगे, then it holds no purpose. How shall I collect data which is not out there much and I have used the ML for the project? Much and I have used. Okay, जो डेटा है ही नहीं तो उसे आप कैसे कलेक्ट करोगे यार? मतलब इसमें मैं कैसे जवाब दूं आपको? बट फिर भी अगर कुछ ऐसा डेटा है, बहुत सारे डेटाज कैगल पे, गवर्नमेंट वेबसाइट्स पे, ठीक है, प्रेजेंट होते हैं. अगर आपको ऐसा लगता है कि एक पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम आप सॉल्व करना चाहते हो, तो आप इन वेबसाइट्स को विजिट करो. बहुत सारी वेबसाइट्स हैं, अगर उन पे सर्च करो तब भी नहीं मिलता है, देन यू विल हैव टू क्रिएट द डेटा फ्रॉम स्क्रैच. उसके लिए सैम्पलिंग, उसके लिए सर्वेज, उसके लिए ऑल सॉर्ट्स ऑफ थिंग्स आर देयर, डिफरेंट टेक्निक्स जो लोग यूज करते हैं. Okay guys, I think that's all from my end. I hope आपको थोड़ा आइडिया लग गया होगा, थोड़ा एक्सप्लेनेशन मिल गया होगा फुल स्टैक एंड मशीन लर्निंग के बारे में. That's all from my end. Thank you guys.
Sorry. Okay. Wow, what an illuminating day it has been so far. I am totally amazed. Coming on today's third webinar, here we have with us Mr. Saud Bakhar, Senior Product Designer at Pepper, who will enlighten us on the important aspect of development. This session is targeted towards beginners in the field of development and to have a well-structured path to follow to become a full-stack web developer in 2021. Most of the front-end developers find their hand tied with designing skills. This session is targeted at those developers. To make this session more hands-on, it will end with a designing challenge. So don't go guys anywhere. Be there till the end for this amazing challenge. Now I will hand over to you, Mr. Saud Bakhar, sir, the platform is all yours.
Hello. Hey guys, I guess I'm audible enough for everyone. So it's an honor to be here to talk with so many students out there. I just want to make sure whatever I share today, many people try learning. If it is valuable enough. So I just want to know how many of the folks are out there who are uh, pretty expert in design, or maybe what are your expertise? Are you a beginner in terms of product design, in terms of developer? I mean, based on that, I will try shifting my conversation on the webinar. You can just reply back saying if you are a beginner or an expert in terms of development and design. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, I guess I'll be sharing most of the details that will help students out there to see how they can build their skill sets and build their expertise around product design. And I will also talk more in detail about what product design is, and also I'll talk about what does a product designer do in an organization. Also, I'll be talking to you about various different types of designers. So quickly, let's get started. I'm just trying to share my screen. Sorry, because this is the platform I'm using for the first time. I mean, if there is any glitch going to happen, excuse me. Cool. Great. So yeah, the messages have come in. People are intermediate. Wow, someone wants to become a full stack developer. Very nice, Saurav. I'm a development currently. I want to learn how to be creating a UI designing. Very nice. So the thing is, we will not be learning how to create UI designing, but I will give you certain snippets as to how you can get started becoming a really good UI designer. So first things first, I'll just take you through the index. What I'm going to talk about. I'll be telling you about my journey as a designer, and then soon after that I'll be talking about how you can see how good designer you can be. I mean, how what kind of calibers do you have inside you to become a really good product designer. And then I'll be talking about different types of designers, and then soon after that I'll slightly go in depth onto product design and design process, because this profession is slightly in demand these days, and many designers are planning to shift themselves from becoming UI to UX, and then finally trying to become a solid product designer. And then I'll be telling you how to become a good designer, and then we'll be sharing the task which Sisti had just shared, talked about. Cool, great. So I just want to start with a quote that says, "All life is an experiment. The more experiments you make, the better." So I just want to tell you that I'm pretty much inspired by the quote of Ralph Waldo, and I very much relate about my journey as a designer to this quote. I mean, the life is all about experiments. I mean, we always want to achieve certain things, but things don't turn up the way we want it to, and then eventually find solitude in things that we are happy with, and then we continue with whatever we have. So great. My life experiment. So I completed my computer science engineering in 2010. So I'm a computer science graduate. So soon after 2010, it was a time of recession where it was really hard for anyone fresher to find a job. So what do you do when there's no company to hire you? I mean, you build your own company, right? So that's exactly what we did. We tried learning development. I tried learning front end development, and a friend of mine who started learning Python as a backend developer, and then we became a team and tried freelancing. So from developer, I turned into a freelancer in a year's time, and then we were getting customers from US, from UAE and Southeast Asia, where they wanted us to build beautiful web pages, and then we were building the complete CMS around it, and then giving it to them. That's when we started making really good revenue. But you don't usually survive well back in those days, 2011, 2012, being a freelancer, because there's a lot of competition out there back then as well. And at that time, running a business, starting up, was something that was pretty hot, where people were building their own companies, trying to start up and then try raising funds and stuff. So in 2013, we went to Chennai, me with my friends. We started a company that was into social media content aggregation. So what this platform did was, it was capturing social media content from various other platforms like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook and stuff. And then, like how this event is happening, we used to run this business for various events, and then we used to give social media content as a embed, where that they can embed it on the website or whatever platform. So this business, the startup really picked up really well, and then we got really good investments in 2013, and we built a team of 14 to 15 member folks. So keep this in mind. I was a freelancer developer as well, 2013, 2014, and then in 2015, as the team started growing in, we started hiring backend designers, we started hiring front-end designers, and then I shifted from front-end to complete product strategy and product management. So we were doing strategies around building a product. And then in 2016, we were getting customers like NASA, Clinton Foundation, who were using the product that we had built. So it had reached to that extent. And then in 2016, Book My Show, a company called Book My Show, came in, seeing that there is a good synergy between the product that we had built and between Book My Show, and then they acquired the company for a couple of $1 million. So it was a pretty good, pretty decent exit for us. It gave us some time to, gave us some a break from whatever things we were doing. And then in 2017, Book My Show came back to me. They wanted me to become the design manager. So that's when I worked with Book My Show as a design manager. So as you can see, the journey shifts from engineer, developer, freelancer, business, and then to design manager. And that's how that's what life is. I mean, that's how surprising the life is. You get to experience so many things, and then eventually you end up liking what you do. So I was running the team of 6 designers at Book My Show in Bangalore, and it was pretty fun working with Book My Show. And then I worked with Razorpay, a payment gateway service, in 2019. I was handling the complete onboarding experience and the complete dashboard experience for Razorpay. A pretty good company to work with. I learned a lot at Razorpay about how a product designer should function, what are the responsibilities of a product designer. And then in 2020, I wanted to go back to startups, wanted to work with young startups where I can jump in and build the complete product from scratch and then contribute to building the complete business. So that's when I joined Pepper Content. So currently I'm working with Pepper Content. It's really fun working with the young bunch of folks at Pepper Content. I really enjoy working with them. So that's been my life. That's been my experiments with my life. Great. So we never know what happens next. I mean, it is always empty, and we will get to know what happens next. Great. Cool. I just want to look at the comments. Dipanshu, if we are moving towards product design field. Yeah, if you want to become a product designer, it's not only about case studies. Yes, you want to have a good portfolio where you present all your recent work. But the thing is, you work. I mean, the thing is, you work, you try building case studies, but eventually it always comes down to the design process that you follow. I mean, if it is complete, if your design process covers everything, then yes, that's what defines your product design skill sets, and that's how what defines your profession. So I'll jump onto that in the future slides. I'll tell in details. So I mean, how do you know that you can be a good designer? I mean, always that question comes to our mind, right? I mean, you always want to achieve what you want, I mean, what you're thinking of, but we at times don't know what we want to become in the future. So there are certain points here that will help you maybe to find the designer in you. If you are a really good problem solver, you don't agree with one solution, but you think about 10 different solution, and then you pick one best solution out of that in your daily life. And then you care about details, whatever wherever you are. I mean, if you are on a college, you try looking at certain things, and then you mention ki there's some issue with some kind of a design on a item or a stuff. And then the other thing is that you see design in everything. I mean, you see design in your exam structures. You see design in maybe the way you have set up your study desk, and then you want to make sure things that you have around is efficient enough for you to perform as a human being. And you have to be creative, obviously. This I have just added it here because everyone will agree that you have to be creative if you want to become a designer. And then you like experimenting. Yes, I mean, life is all about experimenting. Yes, if you are pretty much happy to look at problems and try experimenting with solutions, coming up with 100 ways of solution, then you have the designer in you. Cool. So yeah, so this quote is that I mean, the normal misconception with the folks out there is that if you're a designer, you are just focusing on the aesthetics, and you're just focusing on the beautification part of a product or a feature. But that is not. It's basically a good design is something that solves the problem of a user. I mean, using the visual elements and making sure whatever solution you have created is the best solution. First of all, we want to get done with the thought that designers are just adding aesthetics to a product or whatever. Cool. Next thing is that great. I will be talking about different types of designers, and at the end, I'll just ask maybe a question, and I want to see if people are concentrating enough here. Great. So in these types of designers, I'll not be talking about the industrial designers, but this is basically designers who work with a software company. So this is basically my thought about how designers can be broken down into. There are graphic designers, information designers who work with the information, user experience designers who are pretty close to the users, trying to understand more about users and trying to understand their needs. User interface designers are the ones who focus just on the interface aesthetics part. Website designers, or maybe also called as web developers, who not only design but they also develop the complete piece. And then there comes the product designer. I'll just talk in detail about these. So what are graphic designers? I mean, graphic designers are the ones who work on creating a brand vision, or maybe trying to create a visual appeal for a brand. They work on the brand guidelines, making sure the typography or the font or the kind of illustrations that is being used on a product is well thought through. So that's what a graphic designer works on. And this graphic designer works closely with marketing folks and also senior folks who in their initial days want a good shape for their good shape to their product. So I mean, if you have that sketching abilities or illustration thoughts, you can become a really good graphic designer. Then comes the information designer. Information designers are the ones who take in the data, huge chunk of data, and then try bringing out meaning out of it, and then beautify the data in terms of an information. And this information can be easily consumed by the users. So like how I have shown here, I mean, this can be a infographic, or this can be a chart of daily travel history of all the folks out there. And then you can have analytics piece or whatever that has been designed by the information designers. These people closely work with data and information. And then we have user experience designers. Like I told you, these folks are the ones who interact closely with the users, try getting on call with them, trying to understand what are their pain points in terms of a feature that is there in the product, or try looking into heat maps, try looking into the data that is there in the company, and trying to make meaning out of it, and then design a flowchart that helps the user in making a feature that is pleasant enough for a user to navigate through. These people work. I mean, end result of this is that they build wireframes, they build flow charts, and then once they have flowcharts and wireframe, they give it to the user interface designers. UI designers are the ones who work slightly closely with the user experience designers, but they focus on beautifying the wireframes that has been given to them by maybe user experience designers or product managers. And they try adding button colors to it, try adding look and feel, they try adding the interaction bit to it, how an animation works. So these are the ones who work as UI designers or user interface designers. And then yes, we have the unicorns, who are the web designers. These people usually work like freelancers rather than working for a company. They take in the requirement from their customers as to what kind of website a customer would need, and then eventually try creating maybe some kind of a design kit around what kind of website that has to be built, and then eventually build the complete website and hand it over to their customers. I mean, only thing that misses out for web designers is that the cycle ends once they deliver the website to their customers. That's not what a product designer does. I mean, I'll talk in detail about what product designer does once they deliver the product. So yeah, great. I just want to ask this question. Just have a look at the question and see. I want to see who can answer this first. Which type of designers deal with flowcharts? I mean, I had talked about it in earlier slides. Let's see who can answer this. Cool. You guys need a hint? These people work closely with users. Nice. Great. I mean, I guess, yeah, there are people concentrating on this. I'm happy about it. Cool. Thank you, folks. So yeah, I mean, the right answer is UX. So Samir Kapoor, take it away. I mean, you're right. It's the user experience designers who work closely with the users and then try reforming the complete user flows, and then create a beautiful flowcharts that they can hand it over to UI folks. Cool. Okay, we have gone far ahead. Let me just give me a second. I'll just jump onto the same slide. Yeah, the answer was user experience designers. Yeah, so let's talk about product designer, thing that we have been discussing about since the beginning of the slide. So I'll slightly talk in detail about it. product designers, what are the responsibilities in a company? So these people are part of a product team. These people work closely with product managers and UI or UX designers, and these people are experts in the information architecture, making sure whatever information that is out there on a website or on an app is pretty thorough, and whatever information is necessary for the user is upfront. And these product designers are excellent product, they design excellent product experiences. And this product experience comes in when a designer keeps in his mind that the design has to be built for the users and not for the company. So product designers main aim should be that you build a product or a feature, making sure that feature solves the problem of a user, and not more about achieving a particular business goal. So product designers work with business goal, but their main aim is to making sure user is having a really good time using the product. And they maintain the design library. So product designer in a way should be thorough about how a front end code works. Let that be basic understanding of HTML, basic understanding of CSS, and some understanding of JS, and try and understand how things interact in the front end. And then making sure you build a design library that speaks to the front end developers, and that helps front end developers in creating efficient and consistent UI upfront. I'll be answering the questions in once we end, but you can keep asking questions, folks. Yeah, and yes, the product designer is a combination of information designer. Product designer is a combination of UX, UI, web designer. Product designer makes sure whatever information that are out there comes in, and they try processing this information of the user, and they also analyze the data, talk to their users, and that is the responsibility of UX. And then they build the complete UI, build the design library around it, and then eventually they hand it over to the front end developers, making sure the cycle is complete. So yeah, product designer does the work of all four folks out here. And yeah, like I mentioned, the product designer works on the data that has been given to them by the company. They work on building efficient flowcharts of a user navigation, and then they work on creating design systems or design kits, and then they beautify the complete platform, making sure the user is having a really good time. Great. And finally, the design process. So how do product designers work? What do they do in an organization? What are their responsibility? First thing is that they empathize. They work with their users. They contact the users, try and see if user needs a product or not. Usually product managers come to us talking about a certain feature that has to be built, but product designers are the one who try going on field, talking to the users, making sure whatever product a product manager is thinking of is something that is required for a user. If a certain feature is not required for a user, then product designer has a say on it, and product designer can say that this is not a feature that should be built for a user. And a product designer also empathizes on understanding the problems of the user, and they usually interview users, trying to understand what are their pinpoints, what are the features that they want. Look into online surveys. They look into online data out there, trying to segregate their user base in terms of personas. Let's say if a company wants to build a product that is catering to students who are studying from home, Then you build a persona, making sure different types of users are segregated well, and different features are built for each and every kind of persona. And then this results in defining a problem statement. So the problem comes to us from product managers saying that they have to build app for students who are studying from home, and that is not a problem statement, that is a solution, right? How do you build a problem statement? Problem statement can be built by answering by coming up with statements that start with how might we, how might we statements. So let's say a product manager came to you saying they want to build a app for students who are studying from home. How do you define, how do you create a question for this? The question can be like, how might we create an app for students who find it difficult to study from home? So you see that the difficulty part is having a prominence. So you make sure all the difficulties that the students are having studying at home is catered to, and that app makes sure that you are building a product that solves all these difficulties of students. So that's how they define the problem statements. And then you ideate, you brainstorm with product managers, you bring in other designers, you keep a session where you interview all the folks in the team and try and understand what kind of product has to be built. You work together creating designs. You work together with the folks in creating wireframes, and then discussing and seeing how can we achieve a well structured product that students may want to use. And then eventually you go ahead and prototype your designs, whatever research, whatever ideation that you have done. You go ahead and you try building these prototypes using all these tools such as Figma, or let's say XD or Sketch, all of these platforms. And then you build certain prototypes, and then you go out and test with the real customers out there. You give them a platform where they try playing around with the product that you have prototype that you have designed, and then try taking in feedback from these folks. And then once you have all of this in place, you build that product. You work with front end folks, making sure whatever you have designed looks similar to whatever has been built. And then you look back into the data that has been generated. Your work doesn't stop where you're handing over the design. You still continue working with the front end folks, making sure the design is complete, and then making sure whatever you have shipped is also solving the problem of the user. If the design that you have built is not solving the problem of the user, then you go back, you empathize, you build, define the problem statement, and then you ideate, prototype, and then test. So this is the complete design process of a product designer. I mean, uh, the profession of product designer has come in recently. 2 years back, I wasn't aware of anyone who was called a product designer. People were UI designers, UX designers, or maybe web designers. And now there is a need for a product designer, because product designer knows everything around what UX does, what UI does, and what kind of programming is required. So as the product designer ships the design, a product designer works closely with the front end folks. So which means the product designer should be well aware of how code works, how the front end works, and product designer should be well aware of all the ecosystem around whatever industry a product designer is working. So when I was working with Razorpay, I had to make sure I was well aware of how banking system works. And then when I moved to paper content, I had to make sure that I know I am well aware of whatever happens around content and how things are shaped around building content for a company. So that's about product designer. So finally the question comes down to how do you become a product designer? So the best way is that you explore well designed products out there. You see products, and you follow people on Twitter, and then see well design gurus out there talking about the next trends that are out there in design, and then you try learning how to code. I mean, if you want to become a designer, keep this in mind that it's better if you know the basics of how HTML, how CSS works, and then make sure you know the basic principles of design. You know what typography is, you know what design elements are, and then you know what a grid is for a web page or maybe for a mobile app. And then you start designing stuff. I mean, unless you start designing stuff, I mean, basically initially what will happen is that whatever you design will not be something that is pretty beautiful, but share it with other folks. Try getting their feedback. So it's always good if there is a third person looking at your design and giving you feedback, because it gives you the realistic feeling that you have to improve in certain way, and that is a good thing to have. I mean, take things positively. Whatever you design, whatever criticism you get, just take them positively and go ahead, try building things. And then best thing is that you intern in companies as a designer. So there are two places I have mistakenly written designer. Sorry about the typo. Yeah, so you intern in companies as a designer. I mean, whenever, I mean, I've been I've been taking interviews of folks who join in as interns. uh, I basically look at their portfolios and then see what they have worked on. If they have a really good design process that they follow, or if they have certain case studies that they have in their design portfolios, like what Divanshu was asking, right? It's better if you have two case studies that is well documented to join in as an intern. And it's always good if you have like 6 to 8 if you want to join in as a fresher product designer. That is, I mean, the case study should be not just done keeping in mind that you want to go for an interview, but make sure that it becomes a good learning experience for you in building the design. And it's always good if you copy from certain places and take inspiration from all those well-known products out there. And then the main thing is that you have to build your design portfolio. If you don't have a really good design portfolio with a really good problem statement and the design process and the solution, then it's not that easy for you to enter the design industry. Cool. Great. So here is the task that Srishti was talking about. You will have to design a product details page of Amazon using Figma, Sketch, or XD. This can be mobile screen or desktop screen, but make sure you keep into consideration while designing that, because every one of us is a customer at Amazon. We ourselves are users of the product that we are about to design now. Ask yourself certain questions as to what are the certain informations that you want to see upfront if you were a customer of Amazon, or and then design this product details page using the tools such as Figma, Sketch, and XD. It's pretty simple for you to. It's pretty easy and straightforward if you just go ahead with Figma and then get started. Just see 1 or 2 tutorials and then you will start building designs in the go. It is not rocket science or anything. So all the best, folks. I mean, if you have any further questions about the task, you can just join the server mentioned in the description, and then you can know more about the task. Cool. Great. I'll be taking questions now. I guess there are questions already out here. Let me just scroll up and see if I can take. Guys, just post your questions down here, and I'll just answer your questions. Cool. I am in development currently, but want to learn how to be creative in UI designing. This is asked by Yash Garg. So, like I mentioned, you are into development. I mean, you are halfway there. into becoming a really good product designer. Things that you have to do is constantly read about how you can create really good product for designers, and then how you can solve certain problems of a product. And then whatever you're developing, just make sure you are thinking in terms of a user's mindset. Make sure that whatever you're developing is something that is valuable to the user, and try making enhancements on whatever you are developing. How can we build a strong form to make our UX UI designing strong and build a future in that? Cool. One thing is that go out there, look into products, try building products, or maybe try redesigning whatever products that are out there, and try creating case studies. Try and see how you can improvise on certain product. For example, let's say Airbnb is out there. How can you make things simpler for a person who is looking for a place to stay somewhere, maybe somewhere in the place nearby? See how you can uh, talk to folks. I mean, being a UX person, you'll have to have an expertise in interviewing folks, talking to your users. I mean, the secret sauce is that make sure you are in constant conversation with your users of whatever products that you're building. Once you have close conversation, you empathize with the problem that users face on a platform, and then you think in the mind of a user, and then you build solutions around how you can solve the problems of the users. That clearly defines how you can become a really good UX and UI person. Next question. Let me just if we are moving towards product designing field, how much case studies? Yeah, I mean, if you want to become a product designer, it's better you are thorough with what design processes are. If and you are thorough with the how you can build better solutions, how you can build good looking UI that solve users problem. And case studies is just yeah, I mean, that also helps, but if you want to join in as a fresher, you make sure you have 5 to 6 case studies in place, or maybe any young company will take you in if you have 2 case studies of well documented process. What's the difference between UI and UX designer? Yeah, I mean, UX designer comes in first in the process of product building. UX designers are the ones who take in the requirements from the product team. They go out there, talk to the users. They look into the user data. They look into all the surveys that are out there, and then eventually they create wireframes, and they create flowcharts that solve a user's problem. UI folks are the ones who take the outputs from the UX folks. So UI folks are the ones who take in the wireframes, who are the ones who take in, these are the ones who take in the flow charts from the UX folks, and then eventually they beautify the wireframes, and they add the immense colors and high fidelity elements to whatever wireframes that has been created by UX designers. How can we build a strong form to? Yeah, this is done. How can we get intern as a designer? Yes, I mean, if you want to intern at, if folks want to intern at Pepper Content in 2 months time, I guess you guys can contact me through Twitter, and I guess we can take you in if you have like 2 case studies in your portfolio. Great. Now Yash wants to know what has to be there in case studies. So in case studies, things that can be there is a problem statement. First of all, whatever you are designing has to be it has to be there for some kind of a problem, right? I'll just take an example. Let's say you're working in an Amazon, and then the product manager from Amazon comes to you saying ki, users are dropping off. Users are dropping off from the product details view. Can you just figure out what the problem is? So what the product designer will do is that the product designer is going to create a case study with a problem statement saying that users are dropping off in product listing view on Amazon, and we want to create a solution for it. And then they try looking into the data of Google Analytics. They put in the data from the surveys or the user interviews that they have taken of from the Amazon customers, and these are the folks who will be documenting the user personas. Let's say there are different kind of products out there. A house, housewife or an house husband would want to figure out what are the items that they want to buy for their house. They may have different kind of a pain point compared to a student who is looking for a really good laptop for their upcoming studies or exams. So they define these user personas based on their age, based on the geography, or based on whatever background the user has. You will have to well document the user personas, and then try creating wireframes that clearly defines the solution for all these different kinds of users. And then once you have solutions in place, once you have all these wireframes well listed in the case study, you can go ahead and build high fidelity designs that shows how you are solving the problem that you have mentioned. So this can be an example of a case study where you're listing problem statements, you're listing user personas, you're listing user study data, and then you're listing flow charts, and then you have wireframes, and finally you're creating this high fidelity designs. So this is one case study. You can refer to other products and build your own case studies as to a part-time kind of an exercise, and then that's how you build beautiful portfolios. So what kind of interview questions do you ask for potential? I mean, there are questions out there we ask, but cool. I mean, interview questions like why do you want to become a product designer can be a really good question, right? I mean, and the answer for that can be you actually want to solve the problem that are out there, and you are someone who wants to who is always looking into the details of a thing, and then you are someone who has a certain experience in solving problems. And then other questions can be uh, what do you want to achieve in your life if you want to become a good product designer. And I mean, all of these questions are the ones. There are many questions if you just search out there. If you want to interview, I mean, one good homework that you can do is go out there and see what are the questions that are being asked for a product designer. You'll get to see a long list of questions. Cool. Any further questions, guys? I guess we are 50 minutes in. If you have to ask any questions, you can ask. If not, maybe it's totally up to you guys. Great. Thank you, Yash. Thank you, Udit. Thank you, Utsav. Thank you, Rubini, Chaitanya, Tarun, Dipanshu, Samir. Cool. I guess that's all. I mean, it was nice seeing you folks attending the call. All the best for whatever you guys are doing out there. But keep things in mind that life is all about experiment. So take it easy. Whatever happens for good, and you will eventually like whatever you are building. Awesome. Have a nice day, guys. Thank you. Bye bye.
Well, these webinars are proving to be commendable, right, guys? We will be taking a short break till 7 p.m. and we will be back with Getting Hands On with React with Mr. Shivam Veer Singh. Stay tuned, everyone.
so empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin. Temptation within. Mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
Welcome, guys, for the day two of DevCon 2021. Now now we are having our next webinar, which is getting hands-on with React codes. It is going to be interesting, no doubt. So here we have Mr. Shivam Singh, React developer and YouTuber on Creative JE, to take us on a ride with his webinar with his genius mind and technical skill. React as a front-end framework is on fire amongst many top-notch companies. This is a session on getting hands-on with React, where you will get insight into React and how you can make an interactive single-page application using React. So without wasting any more time, let us jump into the webinar and welcome Mr. Shivam Singh. Over to you, sir.
ओके सो हेलो मित्रों, तो कैसे हैं आप लोग? सो आई होप लोग सब आ गए हैं अभी तक. We will just wait for a few minutes to let people join. And how many people know React here? Or you might have heard, आप लोगों ने सुना हो थोड़ा. Anyways, leave React. How many of you know me here? Okay. So just let me know if audio and video is all clear. Okay. All right. So if you don't know me, so actually I'm a full stack developer. You can call me self-taught because I have learned things on my own, and I actually run few YouTube channels. One is Padhega India also. You might have known me from there as well. Okay, so let me just share the screen. Share screen, stop screen 1, screen 2. Okay, and can you just keep the screen on? Okay, and yeah, this is fine. So you might check out my channel if you don't know me already. So we will just get started. So I'll tell you what is React first. So you might have heard about React, but where it is being used, so that's the main question. So if you will go on Netflix, I have not logged in. So when you will click on this icon, you will see this page is using production build of React. So what it means is that they are using React JS for their development. And if I will inspect, okay. And if I go here, I can see components. So I can literally see what are the components which they are using, and you can see I can just click here and see this sign in button is a component, and they are calling it auth link and all that stuff. So Netflix is one of the popular example, but a lot of sites are using this. Even if you will go on Facebook, because Facebook is the one who created React, right? You should know that. So some guy at Facebook created, company does not create things. So there are a lot of, Twitter also uses the React. Yeah, you can see here in the components. And they are also using PWA. So you can just install this as a app. And yeah, they are using production build of React. So it's pretty cool. React is everywhere. Yes, it is everywhere, guys. And okay, so let me now just jump to the where you can learn about React is reactjs.org. So this is organization like open source project, so that's why they are calling it. This is the website reactjs.org. And what else we have? So if you will go here, so you will see learn once, write anywhere. The very powerful quote which we have is, this is from the React Native. If you learn React, then you can go with React Native as well. So React Native, what it is cross platform development, which is not the topic of today, but today we are going to learn just the basics of React, and we will just make some input and stateful components. We will see how we use hooks and all that basic stuff which you can get to know to get started. Okay, so now if you will go on the docs, you will see try React, learn React, staying informed, and all these things are there. And here we have main concepts. So hello world is here. So this is pretty simple. React DOM dot render. So this will give us the hello world kind of thing. So is it clear, guys, what is React? React. So this is the logo of React, which you should also know. And you can also search from here. So whenever you get stuck, don't give up. Just come to this website, search how they do, and you will get the basic stuffs done here, right? And the thing is the setup. How do we set up React? So the best thing you can do is to just get started. You can just type React and hit .new, react.new, and hit enter. That's it. That's it. That's all you need to do. Isn't it amazing? So this will create a new code sandbox with the basic React template. Okay, so this is the basic. Let me just do a bit of zoom once more. Okay, now it's clear. So what you can do is, this is the pretty basic HTML, and you should know about JavaScript first before jumping into React, because it will be a bad experience if you don't know JavaScript and you are still jumping. All right, so this is a basic class name called app there, and like you can just get rid of this, and this is the default function, and we need to return something. We can return h1, h2, I guess h1. Yeah, auto completion is not working. So hello there. So yeah, it is transpiling, and you can see we have got hello there. And this is the font because we have what, we have removed the class. Here we were importing it, right? See, here we had this is style.css which were doing this. So what we can do is just we can add class here, or we can just change this to, what do you say, body? Yeah, body. It should, yeah. Now you can see hello there in a very good font. All right, guys, and this is the basic. But the thing is, if you want to locally set it up, this is how you will do it. If you just want to do something very quick. Okay, they, in the official website, they recommend using create React app, which you can use too, but that's not my choice because we have got better tools now. So I use Snowpack. Yeah, so this is, you can easily install this snowpack.dev and do all these stuff. This is a popular new JavaScript bundler. What is JavaScript bundle? It just bundles your JavaScript file, which is readable to browser. Okay, with all the ES6 and lot of stuff. So you can just click on quick start. You can add here, but you can click here on the React, I guess, and then you can replace this. You just need to install this. And one more thing which you will need if you want to do it, you need to get this Node.js with npm installed in your system. It's pretty easy for Windows, Mac. If you are using Mac or Linux, you can just do brew install or apt-get install node. This is, and you will find some of the templates here. Okay, so let's just get started with this basic minimal what they are referring in the docs. So I'll copy this, and I have this opened in my terminal. I hope you can see, and I have this learn React directory, and I will just run this command. What it will do, it will just create a React app. I'll hit yes. Y for yes. And this will use a basic HTML template, which I will show you how you can later convert it to React. Any doubts till now, guys? Just ask in the comments. So it's successfully installed. I will just do React Snowpack. And to change this name, what you had to do is just put whatever name you wanted. Okay. I am inside this folder and Git is already initialized. What else we need to do? So if I will just do yarn start, it will open up the port not available 8080, no issue. So you should not be getting this. So welcome to Snowpack. Okay, that's pretty cool. And one another thing which I will recommend you is to get VS Code. VS Code, yeah. So Visual Studio Code. As a beginner, you should use this as your IDE, but I am not going to use this. I'll use NeoVim, which is kind of similar, but you don't need to worry about that. Okay. All right. So we are done here, and let's look at the folder structure. Let's just open a new tab, zoom in, and if I will do ls, I have got few things, and here we have index.js. Let me just open this. Okay, so here are the few files, guys, the CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and this is the package JSON. Okay, we don't have React yet. Here you can see dev dependency, Snowpack is only there. Okay, now so I will show you how you can add React here, and this is the JavaScript. Hello world, you did it. Welcome to Snowpack. And let me just close this browser. As of now, we will look back to it later. And if I open it here, and in the console, you can see hello world. Okay, so you can just see hello world. You did it. Welcome to Snowpack. So it means our JavaScript file is linked properly. Okay, and now what we need to do is let's go here and let's add React. How do we add React? And let me also show you this is the starter, and this is the basic HTML. I guess you guys are all familiar with this. And there is one interesting thing which is going here is this type module. It means it will take it as a ES6 import. Snowpack is just a modern way which uses ES build. So it's just faster than create React app. That's why I'm using. Nothing much. And there will be bit of difference in the folder structure. So these are the basic files, but let's not worry about it. So we will need to create a div here and replace this. So let's now install React. Again, open a new terminal. So how do we install React? So yarn adds, you won't be needing to do these stuffs, guys, if you just use the create React app, but I'm just telling you because you know how things are working behind the scene. Yarn add React, and we will also use React DOM, I guess. React DOM. So it will install both the dependencies. And if we will go back to package JSON here, you can see we have dependency React and React DOM, and the current version of React is 17.202. Okay, I guess this is clear, very much clear. Okay. And now what we need to do, now we can just do stuff, right? Pretty simple it is. In the index HTML, the structure is like we have an element. So we will have a div, and we will give ID of root, or you can give anything. Okay. And we will just React will inject everything inside this root. Okay. Let's save this and go in index.js, and we will remove this console, and instead of that, this what we will do, we will import React first. React DOM we need first. Import React DOM from React DOM. I am not getting auto completion. Just give me a sec. Okay, so now we are getting, if I will, this is the module. Okay, so React DOM. Okay. Okay, now what we can do is React DOM dot render. So render is a function which will what React DOM does is it handles all the rendering for you guys. So we are not seeing anything here right now. So let's React DOM dot render. First, what it asks is the element. So first element what we created was document dot get element by ID, or you can also use the query selector, and the ID was root. And what next it takes? It takes the container, React DOM container. So whatever the thing which we are going to use here. So we will create a app file, but right now what we can do is simply let's just create a h1, write hello. Okay, this should work. Okay, build result error parser. Okay, let's see their docs, what they have told. Okay, we need to index.js to do index.jsx. Okay, we did something wrong here. So the render function takes the element, and then it takes the container. Okay, so we put it in other way, so it's not an issue. And also one more thing we need to do is rename this. So why is it not renaming? Okay, we will rename it to index.jsx. Okay, and Let's go back to index.jsx. Now you see this React icon. It means it is JavaScript React. Okay. And now what we need to get this. And okay. And add it here. Not like this. Need to get rid of this. It should work now. Let's see. Can't find variable React because we did not import React. Import React from React. Okay, this is all. I promise. Let's see. Does magic happens? Yes, we got the hello. Yes, this was the setup of getting your basic React app done. Hello everyone. Yeah, Udit. The argument needed to be swapped. Okay, so we are good now. So instead of importing React here, what we will do is we will just add another file called app.jsx. You can also use TypeScript if you want. TypeScript is, I guess, it's coming built in with most of the bundlers now. It's pre-configured. So here let's create the same hello component, or let's just do it. Yeah. So import React from React. Or if you use VS Code or you have some IntelliSense, then you can just, what you can do is you can just type React and it will auto import, I guess. No, it is not. Okay, so import React from React, and now what we will do is we will create a function, right? So this is an arrow function, const. Obviously we need to pass a name, not pass, we will need to create a name. So the convention is whatever file you pick, whatever file name you give, it will be same. Okay, and here we return some stuffs. All right, so return, let's create a div, and let's add hello baby, React baby, sweet baby, and you can see it's formatting automatically. And let's export this. Whenever we need to use it, we will always export it. Okay, so now we have exported it. Okay, we need to do default export default. So again, as I said, you will have to have knowledge of JavaScript to understand all these import, export. Import means we are importing React, export means we are exporting this function. Pretty clear? Okay, now what we have is in the index.js we pass this. So rather than passing this, we can just why no autocomplete? So we will manually import it, not an issue. Now we can get rid of React from there. Import app from /app. Pretty good. Let's save it. Done. Unexpected app. Okay, now what did I do wrong? Is it not needed to be? Huh. Interesting. Seriously. Unexpected app. What? No, don't do this to me. They have some templates as well, but who is going to help me here? I don't know. Issue with JSX transformer. Hmm. Do we still need React here? Okay. What is wrong? Let me restart the server. Okay, it's still the same. Let's just go and look at their template, and here we have source app.jsx. It's same, nothing is changed here in index.jsx. Nope, we are doing everything good. I guess React is needed to be imported first, or what? Huh. Do we need .jsx as well? Unexpected app. Alright, so let's just paste index.jsx and app.jsx. Again, I'm not sure what is happening. Hmm. Import React. It seems all good to me. Anyways, guys, so let's just create app template React with this. We can't afford to waste time debugging here. Okay, so let me just, what else I can do? I can also try copy pasting from their file. I don't think it will solve any problem. Well, it did kind of. Let's get rid of these. Say hello. Logo SVG. Okay, sorry. App CSS, we also don't need that now. Okay, so I guess what was the issue again? Maybe arrow function or export, not sure. Anyways, so let's get rid of these things. So this is the basic function which we all know. Also just get rid of these, and yeah, we are done. This is the hello app which we saw here as well on the snowpack. So now what we need is, yeah, they will be JSX. That's why they are getting detected as JavaScript React. So now how do we access the JavaScript variable? Let's say you just created something, let name equals to Shivam, okay? And you want to access that, okay? And I will just do here, and I will just put this curly brace. Simple. This is called JSX, JavaScript in React. Okay. Now I can just reference name. Let's go back. See, hello Shivam. All right. This is pretty great. And what we can do is we can also okay. So this is the basic way. But if you want to update the name, let's suppose here you have an input type text, obviously input type text, and if you have like whatever you want to type and you want to show it there. So how do we make controlled inputs, or like let's just understand first the states. That is a very basic concept which we should know. Okay. So what we will do is we will just create a const, and it takes an array. First will be the initial value which you will read. Let's just say count, which they showed. I will also and second will be the function which will set that counter, and this will give us the value of counter. And what we will do is we will do use state and hit enter. The auto import works pretty great, and the initial state, let's set it to 0. So if I will just change this to count equals to count, okay? And if we go here, see, count 0, we are able to read the state variable. Okay, and if we want to manipulate this, so what will happen? I'll show you some magic with React. It's how cool it is. So let's just create a button, and in this button we will have ink, or just say plus. Okay, pretty simple. And React has, this is very easy way to add DOM events on React. So we can just say on click. It's so great, guys. We don't need to add any kind of event listener and stuff, and we can pass a function. So this is the again whenever you are writing JavaScript, you will have to use the curly braces. And what I can do is I can do set count. This is the function, whatever. Let's just set it to 1000 for now, so that you understand. Okay, so if I click on this plus, see, it became 1000, and again it won't happen. So what we need to do is we need to increment this value. So what we will do, and whatever we return here, so count plus 1. Whatever the previous value we have, we just want to increment it by 1. Pretty simple. So see, it's working, guys. It's working. So this is so cool, right? Okay. So the same way you can just add a decrement counter. Instead of plus, you can just replace it with minus. We have, okay, I need to save it as what? Okay, I also need to change the sign as well. All right, so minus will go in minus, plus will go in plus. So this is the very basic thing which you need to understand. So just let me know if anyone has doubt till now. Anyone, any doubts? Any question like what is this set count? What is this count? And what is this use state? So use state is what it is doing. It is just storing the state and what it tells React your components. So whenever someone updates me, just tell him I will update myself here. So this is all React is doing. Uh, okay, Dipanshu, but what do you mean by can we make it to do something or render something? I did not get it. Okay, so this is the perfect basic simple counter. We use these are called use state is a hook in React, which was introduced in React 16. And now what, let's see, let's create our name thing. Okay, I'll just get rid of both the buttons and I'll create an input text again. And these things are not really needed. Name is equals to name and type is definitely text. And again, as I said, we have on change. Okay, these things are yes, we can pass HTML in a state, but how will you render it? That's what it matters again. So let's just do this. And on change, let's just log what happens. This is the event. And let's do console.log. Okay, perfect. And let me just decrease, get rid of id dt. Okay, okay, and we don't need the sidebar anymore. All right, so see here we have this input, and if I do hello, and what we are getting in console, you can see synthetic event and all the stuff, event dot target and the value. It's the same JavaScript thing which we do. See the value where we have type error. Okay, no issue. So let's try to log that e dot target dot value. So this will give us the value of the current target. So hello there, it's working perfect. Okay, yeah, it's still logging, guys. All right, so now what else we need? Nothing. We just need to hook this in the state. How do we do it? Again, we had the same count. Let's make it name and get rid of these bottom variable, and we will just do set name. Okay, and use state, what we will do is called oh no, we will just make it empty string, because if you will pass null. So what we are currently doing is we are making a controlled component. If you will go in the React docs and you will search for controlled components, so what they do is, this is two-way binding. It means whatever state you have, it will, in the component, it will also have that same state in the use state variable which we did. This is same concept in Angular as well. All right, so let's instead of this, what we can do is just do set name. Perfect, the same value will be passed and set. And here we can just now show the name. Hello, name. We are just reading the value. Okay. And yeah, so hello, there is no name. So if I will do Shivam, perfect, got it, got it. So what this is doing is, it is just setting the name whatever we are typing to this use state, and here we are reading the state of name whatever the value it is currently, and this is happening automatically because we use the use state. All right, everything is clear till now. If you have any questions, just let me know. Dipanshu is asking, But if we want to store, it will store all the values. If you mean by whatever we are typing here, so yes, it will store all the values, whatever we have. So this is the basic input. All right. Okay, so whenever you type, it gets updated. On change gets fired. It will only store the last value, not all the previous, just the last one, which is getting called. So if I am typing here, so it is not showing me the previous things, just the last thing. All right, I guess we are pretty much clear with the states. Now let me show you an amazing thing. Okay. We call this conditional rendering. If name is nullish collision, something like that, unknown. I am not sure it will work or not. Unknown. Nope. What you can do, guys, is always look up to MDN. MDN nullish co-lysync, something like that. Yeah. Okay, it is only for null. It won't be for the, I guess. Yeah, so it is not for undefined. Okay, this we need. So let's see. Yeah, now it says hello unknown. What we are doing is we are doing a conditional rendering here. So if I start typing my name, the unknown goes away, and if I again delete, the unknown comes back. So what we are doing is here we are just conditionally telling if name is not true, like if it is empty, like as we saw in the docs. So Boolean logic operator. Okay, so if it is undefined or empty string, what it will do is it will take the opposite side value. So it will, here it will take 42, and if it is defined, this will take this. Okay, pretty clear. So now we have the conditional rendering done. All right, so I guess we are running out of time now, and I have got 15 minutes. This is the basic. You can get a start. You can hook up to any components, as many components you want, and what you can do is you can just do dot to uppercase, so to local uppercase. Okay, so this is the function. You can do anything, as I said. So if I will type, okay, I forgot to save it. No, it's like, am I okay? I did lowercase to uppercase. Yeah, so now it should work. Let's say hello there. I am typing in a small, it is converting it in real time. Saurabh Srivastav, Let's take his question. Why we use Redux? So Redux was basically used. Still, many people use Redux to just do this state same use state thing. If you have lot of state, a very huge application, then it becomes difficult to manage all the state. So Redux make it organized. They provide you action dispatcher, and they have a debugging tool as well. So any other doubts or questions, please let me know. Saurav is again asking, is it only for React? I guess it is for, you can use it with any, you can also use it with Vue. So it's not just dependent on React. You can take any JavaScript framework or library. Sir, how to deploy it as a website? Can it be used to deploy ML models? Why are you going to deploy ML models on React? And if you want to just host this website, what you can do is simply just run the build command, yarn build or npm build. It will just build a static site. Then you can host it on Netlify or GitHub pages or on your personal website or wherever you want. As I said, what build does is it just creates a static folder. Let me just show you it in action. So if I will just do yarn build, it will just create a static HTML file and JavaScript file. And if I'll do ls, here we have this build folder. If I do tree build, see, we have got all these common files, and if I want to view this file, whatever app we made, I can just go npx serve and I'll just serve the build folder. And if I go here, see, hello unknown, this is the static, this is a static application, and I am hosting it with a static server. Okay, and this will work. See, it works perfectly. Okay. Yes, definitely. We can convert static websites to HTML. Sorry, I mean React. Definitely, why not? But you need to decide if you really need a dynamic website or not. Like if you have a lot of data changes and data updates and you want to update things, then React will be helpful. Otherwise, if you just have a portfolio, then you don't need it all. Hmm. Any further question, guys? You can again like reach out to me via LinkedIn, not Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Twitter. Yeah. You can just search me up, Shivam Veer Singh, it will come, or just go to /Shivam Joker. You will find me. Any more doubts or question, guys? That's what I showed Rahul, how to create single page application using React. You can have multiple pages and you can use React router. Yes, this is the React router. which you can use to add multiple pages and navigation in your page. So it's pretty simple. It's bit advanced topic. I could not show everything in this single live stream. So you can just go to quick start. You can have link, like every page has, right? And it will be a single page and it will not reload on whole. Or if you want to have some server side renderings, just go with next.js. Oh no, next.js. Yeah, nextjs.org. It's a React framework. It gives you backend access as well, and it's pretty great. We have server components as well, so you will really love this. And you won't be needing to configure routing and all those stuff. You can just create single page apps with this. All right, guys, any further questions? Like how, what? And yeah, React has a huge community. If you go look around, you will always find help. Again, next question coming from Saurav Srivastav. Why we compare React with Vue as it is library and other are frameworks? See, the difference between a framework and a library is very slight difference. The thing is that's called MVC. It's model view controller. Yeah, so this is what is the differentiate. Like if you will go in the view, let's just vue.js.org, and if you will click on get started. So Vue is also great. It's very beginner friendly. If you are trying to learn Vue, you should definitely. It's not like a lot of companies are using Vue.js as well. So yeah, it's still same. Like in the React, we were using just single curly brace. Now we have multiple, and how we pass the data. So it's bit different. But if you work with one thing, then you can work with other two. So again, they have this conditional looping, and also they have some tutorials and courses, free courses as well, so which you can take. And also they have a loop built in, so rather than using map which we use in React, we can just do like for to do's in to do's, and here is this array, and what it will do is it will loop all the list items, so it will print all this. And this is we will get this to do object injected, and we can just parse it. So guys, I guess it's pretty clear. I hope you learn Vue too. Definitely check it out. You will love it. As a React developer, I am saying this. So we have last 5 minutes. Any further question? Any non-development? Any questions? Not even related to React or just web development stuff? Do we have anything left to cover? Like there is a lot more you can definitely learn from internet and from me as well. And one more thing, if you get stuck, please don't give up. Pursue React over Flutter. I mean, it all depends. Like, they are totally different things. If you want to make web applications, more want to be a JS dev, then definitely go with React. I already tried Flutter Dart. Like, I did not get it. It's just simple. So Dipanshu Goyal, the YouTube channel is Padhega India. youtube.com/Padhega India YouTube. You guys can go and subscribe. I have a React crash course as well if you want to, and I have made some apps. So a lot of tutorials on JavaScript and all the stuff which you can find. Again, like Saurav, it depends. I personally use React Native and lot of companies are using it. So it's definitely a great piece of tech. So React Native is, you can just go to reactnative.dev and you can just get started with Expo. It's very simple. How I configure that I got enough about React, time to switch to other framework. What do you mean? Like, when you are able to create stuff, maybe I just want to create an chatting app using WebSocket. If you are able to do it in React, then you can just move on to other framework and try it. It's pretty simple. 2 minutes more. What else you guys have? Okay, now I am into dark mode. So I guess we are done for this session. I hope you guys liked this and enjoyed this and learned some stuffs. No matter what the framework is, no matter what the language is, just pick one and start learning. It's pretty simple. Just stick with one thing, start learning, and don't give up. That's it. And stay creative, keep creating cool stuff. And that's it from my side. Bye bye, take care. Make sure you like and share this video so that a lot of people can see it, right? Bye bye.
So coming on to our last webinar, which is Backend with JS, we have Mr. Ricardo Davis Aguilo, developer at guest line, making us familiar with the concept of JavaScript. Vanilla JS is well known for its unforeseen behavior, but what it is more famous for? JavaScript is widely used language for frontend and backend. This session will help you get insight into the JavaScript as a backend language. So let us welcome Mr. Ricardo Davis Aguilo and commence this webinar. The audience is all yours, sir. Sir, your mic is muted.
Sorry, I was saying thank you for having me. And let's start. I'm going to share screen now. Wait a second. Let's see. I'm sharing. Yes, there you go. So, hello everybody. We're going to talk a little bit about backend with JavaScript. Let's have first a little bit introduction about me. So, this is my name. I've been a developer for like a decade. I've been having dealing with programming languages of my life. Right now, I'm working at Guestline, where we develop software solutions for hotels, and we actually have in our company a lot of JavaScript on the backend for many of the APIs. So I'm going to talk about first to some of the concepts on what is like a backend server and a web server, and then we can go to some live coding and see how we do a small application using Node, which is the usual runtime language for having JavaScript on the backend. So some concepts. First, what is a web server? Which is very simple. It's just like the concept of the hardware and the software that deals with serving to the user the necessary resources for having a website. So that's like the HTML page, CSS for your styles, any images, and data, which is usually in the JSON format or an XML format. So usually the flow in a very, very, very basic form is the user makes a request with some information of what I want from you, and the server will give you a response, which will be sometimes an HTML page or sometimes will be information that then you can format in your website. And that is a web server. And how you communicate with a web server is based on HTTP requests, and then you get a response. And the HTTP request will contain always first a request line saying what's the type of the request, because there's, and we will see later what types of requests we can do. But first a header, which is basic information, usually about you, who am I, or what do I want? For example, what is my user agent, where I come from, or how do I expect the data to come back to me? And then the body, which usually comes from the server, but you also can send it to the server, which is more and this is the information that I want to send it to you, or the body coming from the server, this is the information that the server gives back to me. So for example, if I'm getting a package, it will be the sign form will be the headers where I just have my information, and then the actual contents of the package will be the body. And then the package goes back and forth between me and someone else. Goes back. So yeah, that would be more or less kind of in the analogy, if you are having an HTTP request and this is the server and this is me, I'm sending the body and some headers. And some very basic types of HTTP requests will be first, you have HTTP GET, which usually is used to get in a resource. Then POST, which is a different kind of HTTP resource request to create a resource. PUT, which is usually to update, delete to delete, and head just to get the headers, because sometimes you don't care about the content, but just about the metadata information of that request. That just is enough for you. So you can use that type of HTTP request. And something that you will see in any kind of server framework or when you're doing backend is routes, which is the way of how to get to a specific resource, because the server will have more than one thing, right? It can give you images, it can give you, as we saw, HTML pages, but it can give you also data. And it can give you more than one piece of data, right? It can give you data, for example, if you have a collection of movies, it can give you a collection of movies, but maybe also about directors and then actors. And each one will have a different route, which is kind of if you are, are having different doors. So there are different directions of how to get to a specific thing. And those are the routes is kind of asking directions. And then the web server will know, oh, you are looking for the images route. Then I will give you an image, given the path that you are giving me. And something that is very common, especially in Node, in JavaScript backend libraries, is this called thing middleware, which is when you request for something, in the middle, really, there can be some processes that enrich your data or take decisions in the middle before actually getting the data. For example, when you're sending the package, I could maybe inspect it before and then see oh, it's missing this content, so I'm going to put it, or no, actually this goes this way. And then finally, maybe I will grab it and give it back to you. So some examples of middlewares and routes will be, for example, you are sending me a request as a user, but first maybe I want to log it to keep record of this person called me on this time. Or maybe I can see oh, you want just a static file, an image. So I will go this direction instead of my normal flow. or maybe I want to do something extra, like for example, or you're requesting data, so I need to process it like a JSON instead of just a static file. So this is a different thing. So I can enrich whatever the user starts sending before I process it, so I can send it back with more things. And that's kind of like middleware, some sort of logic to enrich your data in the middle. And we will see examples after. And something that is very common in backend servers, if you're even going to have one, is databases. So we will see about it, but it's just a way to store information that persists forever, because if you have it just in your browser, when you close it, it will be lost. Even if you have a server, if you turn it off, it will be lost. So you want something that persists forever, and that's kind of what databases will do. And there are some popular type of databases. The most two common categories are SQL, which you have different software solutions, but they are more or less the same, like MySQL or SQL Server, or SQLite. And then NoSQL, which are very different kind of databases with very different models. So you have models like MongoDB, which is more like you store documents and you have different documents. And then you have things like Cassandra or Dynamo, which is more like key and value, or Graph, Neo4j, which is more like you have graphs and they are connected and you connect the data with graphs. So these graphs connect to this, and in some contexts, this makes more sense than others. But the more common is SQL, where you store your data kind of like in a table. That's at least like the conceptual representation. So usually you will have tables that represent a concept of data. So for example, you can have a movies table, and each column will represent a piece of information for that data. So for example, you can have a movies with a title, and then maybe a year where it was released, and then another column for comments. And then each row represents a specific set of data. And usually SQL tables will have usually a column called ID, which is just a number that gets incremented each row that you insert. So in some cases, it's easier to reference by just a number and say, yeah, item 1 is the ID 2, so I just want to get the resource ID 2 and I will get item 1. And there are some tools to inspect requests, and we will see later when we create the server to use these tools so we can see HTTP requests and how we can communicate and how we can see like what do we get from the web server and how we can call it back. So hands-on, let's do some coding. And for that, we are going to use first, as I said, Node.js, which is a runtime for running JavaScript on the backend. So Node.js is not really a language in itself. It's just really a way to running the JavaScript language on the server. And this is by far the most popular solution for having JavaScript on the backend, so we will use Node. And when you install it in that URL, you will also get for free npm, which is the standard de facto package manager for Node. So any kind of library that you want, you will use npm, and we will use it too. And so the three packages that we will use today for having a very simple backend is Express, which is by far the most popular framework for JavaScript web servers. Then we will use SQLite, which is one implementation of an SQL database, very lightweight, very simple. You just have a file, and then you can have tables with data. So we'll use that one. And then Next, which is one of the many libraries that you can use to abstract a little bit how you connect to the databases. So it makes it a little bit simpler and easier. There are others, but this one is very simple. So for our purposes, I think this one is going to be interesting to use. By the way, at any time, if you want to ask questions, interrupt me. I will take those questions because I think I'm seeing one already. Is backend with JS more secure than that we make on Java? Well, I mean, depends. I guess by default, because Java has some strong conventions and standards, maybe it's easier to not shoot yourself in the foot than it is with Node. But that doesn't mean that Node necessarily is less secure by itself. You can have a very, very secure server with Node, so not necessarily. So, okay, let's have some coding. So here we are going to create a project. Let's call it web server. and I'm going to open my code. There you go. So right now I just have an empty folder. Well, first I'm going to do, well, I'm going to make this bigger. I think that's better. And I'm going to start with just an HTML that I have right here. So I'm just going to copy. So first, let's see what this HTML does. We are going to start with an HTML, and then we will move things to the server step by step so we can see the difference. So let's see first this HTML. Let's open it. And as you can see right now, I don't have a server, I don't have databases, I don't have nothing. This is just static data, right? So I have like a list of movies, and as you can see, I have some inputs here to add more movies. So I can add another movie, maybe this one. It's okay, and then I can send it, and it puts it back on the HTML. But right now, there's no connection, there's no server, there's anything. So I'm going to show the logic more or less. The HTML, this is just styles because I have to have it embedded on the HTML. So styles, these are my inputs that I'm showing right here at the bottom. Here right now, I just have hard coded the data, right? Because there's no database. So it's just in the HTML right there. My little function to just create these 3 blocks. I'm not using React framework or anything because the example is so contrived and simple that just some simple JavaScript to create some elements and put them there. So I get a list of movies and it will create those blocks. And then at the end, the logic for when I click on this button, that it will only create a new object for movies with the title, the year, and the comments, and push it to the array. So then I can fill it again. So that means that right now, of course, like I can create movies and I can add them to the list, but if I refresh the page, I'll make this bigger. If I refresh the page, of course, I lose the movie that I added because there's no persistence. Everything is in memory, so refreshing means I lose everything. So let's start having a server and trying to solve that problem. So the first thing that I'm going to do is here, I'm going to create a node project. And for that, I need a package. I need some libraries. So for that, I'm going to use npm to first just create the project. And the command for that is init. So I can do npm init. And it will ask me some question about information about my project. So the package name, let's just name it, yeah, web server, DevCon, version, I don't care. I will just hit enter and will give me the default, which is 1. That is fine by me. This is a web server test for the description. My entry point, yeah, the default test command. I'm not going to have test for the moment. Git repository, nothing. So I can skip. Is this okay? Yes. So finally, this creates my package JSON, which is the file that manages my libraries. So let's start adding libraries. And the first one that I want to do is install the Express. And this is the one to actually having a web server. So let's install it. Easy peasy. And now I'm going to create my server. So let's create a JavaScript file called server.js. And in this server.js, first I need to import the Express library. And in Node, you import it by using the require keyword, and require will just import a library and give you the function of that library or a set of functions that gives you functionality for that. So in this call, it's called Express. So I have my Express function. And to create a Express server, now I need to call this Express function, and it will give me an app. So I can call it like this. So now I just have an instance of a server, and now I really want it to run it and to listen to requests. So to listen to requests, I just need to call the listen method. So I can listen, and the first parameter I need to pass is the port where I listen in HTTP requests. So let's decide one. It's usual for local to choose something like 3000. So I'm going to choose 3000 as a port. So I put it here. And then as a second parameter, it takes a callback. So I can pass a callback with no parameters. And in this one, I could do extra things, but I'm just going to send a log so I can see that I'm listening. So yeah, I'm start listening on port. So well, HTTP, and it will be localhost, and then the port, right? And To run it, I really just need to use node, which is the runtime for the JavaScript, and the name of the file, which in this case will be server.js. So I can run it, and it says server not defined because why? Oh, server.js. Wait, up server. Oh, sorry, this should be express. There you go. So now it's listening. So I can try to open this. And right now it's just giving me like, yeah, there's no routes. Like, I don't know where do you want to go because there's no routes defined. I need routes. So let's create some very simple routes to see how it works. So let's create one, for example, app with my app, and then I can choose the type of HTTP request that we show. So we can have get, and we have post, and we can have put. But let's start with get, which is the simple one, which is I want to get a resource. So first, the first parameter is the route. So let's try with someone very simple that says hello. So the first parameter is the route, the direction or where I want to go. And the second parameter is going to be a callback where I do a stuff. And this is the server returning data back to me. So this callback will have two parameters, request and response. The first parameter is the object that the user sends to me with information, which I might be interested or not, depending on the request. And the response is the object that I use to actually send it back, the data. So for example, in this one, because it's very simple, I just want to say hello back to you. I'm going to ignore the request and just say response.send. And this will send back to the user, and I can use like send hello to you. So I can save this. I'm going to restart the server. And if I go to localhost hello, it will say hello to you. So I have a route now. This route can take parameters. So for example, here I'm saying that the route is hello, so it's exactly hello. But I could say hello colon name. And when I add a colon, it means that this is a dynamic variable. This is not, the route is not hello literal name, but hello whatever, and it will be saved in a parameter called name. So now I could say something like hello. And here now on the request object, right, which is what I send to the server, I will have a parameter called params. And here in params is an object of all the possible parameters that I can have. So because I named it name, I could say name, and I can restart the server now. And if I go to hello / Ricardo, now it will say hello Ricardo. So I can send parameters to the server, and the server can use these parameters to send back information back to me. So what else? Now let's actually return the HTML from the server. So for that, we're going to use a middleware. And Express already gives you a middleware for static files, which is, this is just not data, just like a static file. So if you give me a route of a specific file, I just give the file back to you. So Express makes it simple to understand that this is just static. So, okay, one question. Can you please explain the last step? Okay, what step though? The .get? Or the request.params? Are you talking about that one? If you're talking about that one, I can log it here. So you can see if I do a console log here and I do request.params, yes, you will see now. When I go, so let's log actually the request object first. It's going to show a lot of stuff, but it's fine. So now I'm adding a log every time I call this endpoint. So when I go to the Explorer here and I call this, I will get a log on the server, right? So imagine that the browser is like the client, the user, and what I have on the terminal is the server, which is different, right? There could be two different machines in reality. So this has a lot of information, as you can see. It has like who is what's the original URL, for example, of who is called, but one is the params, right? Because I'm saying that the route is hello and then something dynamic, then this this means that I don't have to call it with name, literal name, but anything, any string. And that string will be saved in a variable called name. So here on params, I have name. For example, if I add a new extra, so I add a slash and a new part of the path, and I call it year. And now I call myself with Ricardo, year, my birth date. I'm going to now log just the params object, which is here. And let's update. Hello, no, Ricardo, and then the year, like this. You see, I get an object now with two properties on the server. The name of the year, because I'm passing it here. This is name, and this is year. And because I name it like this, then the server knows, oh, okay, so the thing after hello is going to be the name, and I'm going to save it in an object with a property called name, and the second part is going to be the year. So I could say, hello, Ricardo, you were born in, and then I do request.params.year. And if I run the server again, and I refresh it, now it says, hello, Ricardo, you were born in 1985, right? I send data to the server, and the server sends data back to me in a different format. So that's how you communicate in a way. It's like how you can send information that the server can use to send back things to you. I hope it's that clear. What else? The request. So let's do now the middleware that we're talking about. So I can do the middleware to have static files, because right now if I try to access the index.html, where is it? The server doesn't know. It just knows about this route. It just knows how to do hello, but how can I get HTML? So I can use a middleware, and for that the method is called use. So with my app use, I can inject middlewares, and Express gives me one already, which is express.static for static files, and then as a parameter the name of the folder where my statics are going to live. So I'm going to call it public, because it's very useful to have like a public folder, and this is public, right? Anything that is here, it will be publicly accessible on the internet. So don't put anything secret here, just put HTML and CSS. So I'm going to create right now on my tree on the right side, I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to call it public. It has to be the same name as what I'm specifying here. And I'm going to put my HTML inside. I'm going to move it. And now, because it's in public and it's the index.html, if I try to access the route of my server, which is just localhost on the port, I will get the HTML. So first step, we got HTML. Not only that, but now I could serve even the CSS in a different part, right? So I could extract my CSS from my HTML, which is here. So I'm going to extract it, and I'm going to have a different file for it because I want to keep it separated, and now I can. So let's call it styles.css. Let's save it. And now I could remove this and just link it. I had this already commented, right? A link to style.css. So again, if I restart the server, now I still have the CSS, but if I go to the inspector and I look for the network, I will see that, yeah, I'm actually getting the styles in a different request. And if I try to access, actually, there it is, right? So now the server serves statics, anything that I put in the public folder, because of this simple line, it will be served. So now my server is already like giving me files, which is nice, but I want something more. I want now the server to give me data, because if you remember the HTML, the data was here hard-coded on the HTML. So I'm going to move this away and have the server return it back to me. So let's do that. Next step, I'm going to, one second, where is this? Okay, so I'm going to create a new route. And the route, because it makes sense, I'm going to call it /movies, right? I want the movies, so let's call /movies, and this will give me the movies. So as always, first is the path, and then I have a callback with my request and my response. So let's do that. And here, well, first, For the first step, not database yet, I'm just going to copy this and put it on the server side. It's going to be more or less the same, but now it's on the server side. So I can have my data here, still hard-coded, but I can send it back. I can do response.send, and I can send those movies back, right? So let's just try it first. If I go to the browser again, and I call /movies, there you go. I got a JSON, right? So my server now can return JSON and is returning some data. So I could go to my HTML, and now I don't need this. I can just do a call to the server. And for that, in JavaScript, you use fetch, right? So I could use fetch, and then here I pass the path, which is just /movies, because right now I have the server and the HTML on the same domain, so I don't need to specify an absolute URL. I could do this, and it will work, but because it's the same domain, I can do a relative URL and just do fetch movies. I need to await this because it's going to be an asynchronous call. And this will give me a response that then I convert to JSON. So it's in 2 steps. First, I get the response, and then I get the movies by awaiting the response and calling JSON method. So this will take the request, convert it into JSON, give it to me, and then I can use it the same. So this should work. Let's try it. Let's start again. And now I'm going here. It looks like it works. Let's look at the request. Reload. Yes, there it is. Now I'm doing a request to a server, and as a response, I'm getting here. I'm going to make this bigger. Maybe I'm getting the JSON back. So now I'm not having just data on the HTML hard-coded anymore. I'm actually calling a server, and the server is giving it back. There it is. The only thing is that still this is hard-coded, right? And we want a database. So let's have a database. Next step. So the library that we are going to use that I said was going to be Next, which is a very simple library to create databases. So let's use it. First, we'll need to install it. So npm install, and then the name of the library, which is called Next, N-K-N-E-X. Install it. This should take just a couple of seconds. Installed, perfect. And this is only to connect to databases. It's kind of like a wrapper. So I need an actual library for the actual SQL engine. So there are many, and I'm just going to use SQLite because it's very common. It's very lightweight for this example. So I'm going to install it too. And I'm going to install it SQLite 3, which is the last version. So let's install it. Pam, 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 pam. Someone is asking, can we use some other libraries? If I have time. I'm going to keep doing this one, but if we have time, we can maybe show some others. Because there's so many libraries and there's so many ways. One of the best and worst things about Node and JavaScript in the server is that there are like a million ways of doing the same thing. Which is great in some ways because it gives you a lot of freedom, but sometimes it's like, which one is the best way? And it's like, well, not anyone in particular. So there's like a lot of libraries for doing the same thing. There's a lot of libraries for databases. So I use one that is very popular, but surely there are more. SQLite versus MongoDB for beginners. MongoDB is very common database used in the Node world. Me personally, I feel like sometimes it's an overhead. It's too much for what I need. SQLite works pretty well for small projects. And the thing about SQL is that it's more ubiquitous than MongoDB. But yeah, MongoDB is also a good solution. Sure, also works. But I'm going to stick with this one for this talk. But that doesn't mean that this one is better. It's just that this one is very popular and it's simpler to use and simpler to just have a small example. So let's actually have let's use the next. So how do you use the next? Well, first I need to import it. And the import is like this. I do next, and then I do require, and I load the library, which is called next. And this returns me a function that I can call immediately. And this will instantiate the apps. And for it needs some configuration file to actually say to next, hey, this is the database that I'm going to use, and this is how. So for SQLite, this configuration is very simple. It just needs for first the name of the client. So here I could put different engines, but because SQLite is SQLite, I'm just going to say the client is SQLite. So next knows, okay, you're going to use this engine. Good. And then it needs the connection parameter, which is to tell SQLite, where is my database? Because here I'm just saying, what is my database? But where is it? So in SQLite, it's just only a file. So I can just say, yeah, it's a file name. And the file name is and the path of the file name. So let's just call it data.db. What next will do is that if you don't have that file, when you initiate the server, it will create it. So it's like if it doesn't exist, it will create it and will give you an empty database. And if you already have a file, it will use that one. So it will work. So we have this. Let's have a function to create a table. And let's create the movies table. So let's call it create table. This is going to be asynchronous, yes. So this is going to be a synchronous function. And so first what I want to do is, because I'm going to call this every time I run the server, I'm just going to check if it exists first. So I'm going to check if the table already exists, because I don't want to create something that already exists, because I will get a conflict like, oh no, that already exists, what do I do? So I'm going to check first, and for that next gives me a way. So all the commands are going to be next.schema and then something. And in this case, it's has table and then the name of the table, which I'm going to call it movies. So with this check, now I can just do if it doesn't exist, I will create it, right? So I don't create it 2 times when it's already there. So let's create it. And for that is simple. I just do await and next.schema create table. First parameter, the name of the table. And the second is a callback with an object to create columns, right? As we saw, title, comments, year. So let's have a callback here. And here I'm going to specify the columns in order. So first I'm going to just have an ID column, as we saw, that it will auto increment. So I don't need to worry about this variable, this column, because this is just an ID for internal purposes of knowing that each row is different. And every time I insert new data, it will give a new ID in an incremental order. So 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4. So I'm just saying, yeah, have an ID. And this is a primary key. Primary key means this is the way that I can uniquely identify every row of data. Like this is different from this because the ID is different. And because it's different data. So if I try to add 2 rows with the same ID, it will conflict, saying, nope, it can't be, because this is how I know that this is different to this. So what else? I can do this. Then I need my columns. So one was title, right? Let's remember we had on the here, we needed the title, the year, and the comments. So let's add title, and title is not going to be an increment, it's going to be a string, right? So I just have a string. Then I need a year, and actually this takes a second parameter, which is the length, the maximum length of the string, because for performance purposes, you have a maximum length. So let's say 100, well, let's say 200. Should be enough for a title of a movie, I hope. And then the year, and the year is not going to be a string, it's going to be an integer. So I declare it as an integer. And then maybe, I don't think I need a maximum, but let's put a maximum in case. And then the comments. And the comments, instead of a string, I can use text, which means it's a more larger, it has like a no limit. So I can use text and no limit for the comments, because I can do a lot of comments. So just comments like this. So this will create a table with 4 columns. One question. What is callback? So callback is in Node and in JavaScript, but especially in Node, it's a standard to work with callbacks for doing asynchronous operations. So when you want to do something that is going to be synchronous, which means you will have to wait an indefinite amount of time, you will use a callback. And this is you pass a function, and this function will get executed whenever the thing that you wanted to do finished. So for example, here I'm creating a table, and the table is going to run in the background in an asynchronous way. So I don't want to block the whole process to wait for that, which means that I'm just passing like a thing that will get executed when this finishes. So it's like when you created a table, then add this, and then I can move on with doing other stuff. So callback is literally calling like, call me back later, right? It's like some logic to do after, so I don't block the process, because in Node, you don't have threads. So if you try to block the process for an asynchronous thing, then it will be blocked there forever until it finishes. So the way to solve that, you will have callbacks. So then multiple asynchronous ways could be all on the background with multiple callbacks, and then each one will be called like, oh, I finished. Okay, this is the callback for this. Oh, I also finished. Okay, I have a callback for doing stuff after this, and then Node can follow on. So those are callbacks, more or less. So yeah, Node has a lot of callbacks, and usually the convention is you pass some data, and the last parameter is the callback, which is what do I do when this finishes? And this is what I do. I create the table, and then I create the columns for the table. What else? Okay, so I have my table. Now I want to also insert some data to start with. I don't want my database to be empty at the beginning. So I can add some data. And the command for that is, again, next.schema. No, not schema. Next, and now I call the table. So movies, right? Because I created it first here. So now I can say, in the context of this table, let's do something. Let's insert data. So, and the way to insert it is very simple. I just pass an object with the columns that I want to pass data on. So in this case, will be like title, and then I could do Spider-Man, like this, and then year, and then comments. It's great. Yeah, so I can have one. And I want 2 rows actually, so let's add more than one. Let's add one more, and this one will be Iron Man and 2008. It's awesome, right? So this function will create a table if it exists. No, if it doesn't exist, and if it doesn't exist, it will also add some data to start with, so I can have something to play with. So I can have this function, and I can just call it immediately after, because I have that check, so it won't do anything if it exists. So let's run it. And it will already tell me like, well, this is a warning, it's fine, but SQLite is running now. So I have a plugin here to actually connect to the database very easily. So let's check the database, open database, and I can open it. And I should have here an SQLite Explorer. This is a plugin for Visual Studio Code. There's many ways of connecting to a database. I just have this one because it's simple. So as you can see, I have my database, and yeah, I have a new table called movies, right? And if I click play, I should be able to see, yeah, my table. So this is the actual rows that I inserted, right? The ID, I didn't choose the ID, it's just auto increment. So because this is the first row, it has an ID of 1, and then this one has an ID of 2, and the data that I added. So it's there. So because it's there, means that now on the server, I could actually send real data instead of this hard-coded data from the database. Yeah. So let's remove this and get it from the actual database. So how do we do that? Easy peasy. I just say const movies, and now I call next again with I do wanna wait. So because I do wanna wait, this will need to be asynchronous. And I do next, and then movies. And then here I could select which columns do I want, because I don't care about the ID. Like the client doesn't care about the ID. So I'm going to filter, and I just say, I just want the title, the year, and the comments. So let's do that. I just want the title, the year, and the comments. right? I could put here also the ID, but I don't care about the ID. So I'm filtering out. So I send less data to the server, only the data that I'm interested in. So let's save it here, save it. I'm going to restart the server, and this should still work the same. Let's try it. There you go. I'm getting the same data on the request for /movies, but now this is coming from the database. And this is important because now the next step is going to be that I'm going to update a movie, send a movie to the server. It's going to save it on the database. So the next time I refresh, it will still be there. So let's do that. So we saw before one of the slides that get is usually when you want to get a resource. Like in this case, the resource is movies, right? I want movies. So I use get to get movies. But now I want the other operation, which is I want to create a movie. I want to post a movie into the server, so you save it. So the next time I do a get, instead of getting 2 movies, I get 3 movies. So let's do a post. So for that, the syntax is very similar. It's just instead of get, I do post. One more question. What will be the best database language for absolute beginners? I don't know. I think all databases are kind of similar, but if I will have to say one. I will say SQL because it's the most popular. Is the oldest one, so you will find more resources to learn, and you will find it in more places than the others. So I think it's going to be easier to find someone who knows SQL. As in, if you try to learn Mongo, well, if you know someone who knows Mongo, then go for Mongo. But if you don't know for sure, I think it's easier to find people who know SQL because it's more popular. So because of that, I will say SQL. But it's not because SQL is easier than Mongo or other databases. I think they are all more or less the same. But just for the fact that it's more popular, I would recommend that one. But again, if you really like Mongo and you know people who know Mongo that can help you, go ahead with Mongo. It's also a cool database. Okay, so let's create an endpoint to create a movie. So I'm going to actually call it the same. It's the same route, but because it's a different action, the browser will know the difference. So I can have endpoints or routes that have the same path, but because the action is different, get and a post, then there will be no conflict. So, and this is very common to say, it's the same path, but here I'm getting, and in this one I'm creating, like the reverse operation. So same thing, and here I will have a callback with the request and response. And here I want to create the movie. So how do I create the movie? Let's see about that. So there's a command here for next movies. So this is the same, but here instead of select, right? On this one I did a select. Here I want to do an insert. And the only thing that I need to do is to insert the movie. Good, but where is the movie coming from? Well, it will be on the request, right? Because the request is what it comes from the user to me, the server. And the response is what I send back. So usually, what is going to be on the request? Well, on the body, right? As we saw, like you can send a body and that is going to be some content to send to the server. So the body should have, should be the movie in this case. So I'm just going to say that the body is the movie, right? In this particular resource, what is sent to this endpoint as a body is the movie in itself, so you can insert it, right? This is like saying to the server, hey, I want to insert a movie, and this is the movie. And the body is the content of what I want to insert. So that's it. The only thing that I need to do right now on the client side, on the HTML, is to actually do the call to the server sending the movie. So let's do that. If we go back here to the HTML, what we had before, we already have some logic for when clicking, creating a movie, but before we didn't call a server or anything. We just created it here and push it to a variable. Now we're going to call the server. So this is going to be different. This is still the movie, so I'm going to put it on a variable. Let's call it the new movie that I'm creating, right? New movie. And what I was doing before is just push it here to an array. Sorry, new movie. Now I'm going to call the server. So that is going to be a little bit different. So how do I call the server? Well, we already saw that is with a fetch, but for a post, you need some extra stuff. So let's do that. Now I don't add it to the array in memory to the browser. I'm calling the server. So I do await fetch. And first, again, the name of the path that I want to call, which is movies, right? Remember? Go to the other side. This is the path, movies. So I call movies. But I need to do a post because that means create, not get, create. So I can pass a second parameter with options. Some options like to configure how do I do the request. And one of the options is the method. So the method by default, if you don't specify, it will be get. But in this case, I want a post because I want to create a movie. I also need to add some headers. And one header that is very important here to add is the content type, because I'm going to send a JSON. So the server needs to know, hey, server, I'm sending you a JSON. Because if not, it doesn't know by default, right? Like JSON is just one way of sending data, but it's not, it doesn't have to be JSON. So I need to specify the server, hey, what I'm sending to you right now in the body is a JSON. So I need to specify. So I'm going to say, what is the type of my content? So that is with a header called content type. And the type of my content is an application JSON. So this is like the standard way of saying this is the type of what I'm sending. So this is important. And now I need to send the body. And what is going to be the body? Well, the new movie. The only thing is that I need to actually, in this method, in this fetch, I need to convert it into a string back. So I need to do a JSON.stringify new movie. Right? And this will take a JSON and save it into a string that it will send to the server. But the server, even though it's getting a string, because I'm saying this is a JSON, it will convert it back into a JSON, and then it will have some data, right? So this is a way of communicating with the server, right? The headers is like information of this is what I'm sending, and this is the actual data. So Express by default doesn't deal with JSONs, but there I can use a middleware. So Express can understand how to deal with JSONs. So for that, I just need a command. It was called, yeah, very simple. Again, with middlewares, I just use the use keyword, right? I had a middleware for dealing with static data, static files. So I can do another use. And for JSONs, I do just do express.json. And now Express knows how to deal with JSON files. Okay. So let's see here. I'm sending, and here on the server, sorry, I'm going to actually log it so you can see. So you can see that I get to the same point, and I'm going to save it. And I'm going to say I'm saving a movie, and then I'm going to show you here the movie. Okay. Let's run the server again. And now I'm going to do it from the HTML. Final test. Okay, let's clear this up. Let's see what happens on the network. So this you should already know, right? I'm calling a server, so I'm getting here the HTML without styles. Then I get the styles. Then I call the movies path to get the initial data, which is these two movies. And there's some favicon that fails because I don't have a favicon. Okay, let's send a movie now. So let's say Batman 1992. It's okay. And let's send it. What happened here? I'm saving a movie. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Yeah, I'm not getting a 200 because I forgot to actually end And the thing, 1 second. Where is it? Sorry. Yeah. Here, the problem is that all the routes need a final thing to return back. And here I'm not returning, so it got hanged out. It doesn't know, like the browser doesn't know that I finished because I didn't say, yeah, I finished. So I need to say literally, yeah, I finished. So let's do that. Res.send. Okay. Right. I don't care here because you are just creating a movie. So I don't need to send it back to you. I could, but I could just say, okay, I finished. So, sorry. This actually created the movie, but it just got broken. But the thing is, it created the movie in the database. So now, if I refresh the page, I should get a third movie here, because now if I refresh, it will call the movies endpoint, and it will get 3 instead of 2, right? So let's refresh, and now we get 3, right? We could check on the database that it's actually there. So even if I stop the server, I'm stopping the server. But if I go to my database here, now I have a third row, right? So this is going to be persistent. It's going to be there. It doesn't matter that I restart the server. It doesn't matter that I reload the web page. Now I have a database. So every user could go to this homepage and see the same data. And this is it. This is how you create a very simple server with SQLite and Next. Any questions? Because someone's saying, yeah, Mongo, other databases. And as I said, there's many ways, many libraries, many databases that you could use. I will need like a month to show all of them. So I focus with a very simple one. But yeah, that doesn't mean that this one is the best one to use in every situation possible. It depends, but this one is okay. Any other question, doubts, something that maybe I didn't explain perfectly? Probably I didn't. For example, what I'm doing here, you shouldn't, this is not the best way, maybe to have this. It got quite overwhelming, but surely I will make it final with frontend. Yeah, maybe it's a little too much. The thing about Node is there's so many moving pieces. Like in other languages, you will have like really big frameworks that do a lot of work for you. And in Node, there are some frameworks, but like most of the time it's just libraries and libraries and libraries, and you have to learn so many libraries. This is one of the drawbacks. It's one of the good things also, because again, it gives you a lot of freedom of choosing, right? I want to choose this with this with this, but sometimes it's a little bit, I need to learn this other library. But yeah, Express is very popular. So if you want to use Express and you have questions about Express, you will find in Stack Overflow, YouTube, like a lot of tutorials. So Next the same. And SQL for sure. So yeah, if you have any doubts with the specific libraries because they are so popular, it should be fine to understand how to do this or how to do that, because this is a very simple server, but you could do way more stuff. Any other question, maybe? Cicada. Can you share some resources for learning Node? Okay, so Node specifically. So Node, I mean, as I said, Node in itself is not a language. So really, if you want to learn Node, the only thing that Node really provides is their own base libraries for some stuff, like, for example, how to deal with the file system, which Node gives you an API for that, or how to deal with connections, HTTP connections, and for that Node has an API. Me personally, well, I use the documentation in itself, which is here, which is a good place to start. Maybe it's not the best one for beginners, but if you go to Node.js, you have some docs, and you have an API reference. Usually go to the LTS one. So let's go to the LTS, and this is like the API, the things that it gives you. The most usual, the most probably useful is the file system, which is how to do things with the file system, like how to open files. So you will have like here with the FS, which means file system. So if you want to like for read file, and it will tell you like, yeah, read file, this is like you pass a path and then an option, so maybe a callback. You will have an example here of how to do it. Like I want to read this file, and then you got a callback. And usually Node, the callbacks, the first parameter is if something went wrong, you have an error. So that's a variable that can be an error or null. And then on the second parameter, you have the data, which is if it didn't fail, then error is null, the first parameter is null, but the second parameter is not, and I have the data. So usually you have checks like this. If I have an error, throw, like here, and if that didn't fail, then I can have my data. So I will use this usually when I have doubts of how to do this Node. I use this because, as I said, Node is not a language. So if you want, like the syntax is just JavaScript. It's really just JavaScript. So if you want to learn about JavaScript, there's JavaScript books. But for Node, it's just because it's just a set of APIs, just documentation. The biggest one will be the file system. Streams I don't even touch. Yeah, I think that's the most important probably that you want to learn, and it's there. Yeah, but for the rest, JavaScript, just JavaScript. Okay, I think that's it for me. Thank you very much for having me. And if you want to contact me after the talk, I think I left my Twitter or my LinkedIn. If not, I will put it again. It's just twitter.richie.davis, like this. And you can contact me. I will put it here. Type. Doesn't want to type. This plugin, this Vim plugin, sometimes it doesn't work. I can type. Okay, I can type now. Richie Davis, like this. So if you want to contact me, go ahead, ask me questions. I will always answer. And that's it, really. I think that's the time. That's the hour. So thank you for having me. And again, any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll be there. How can I?
So, wow, what a illuminating, insightful, and fun-filled day it was. With all the webinar, quiz, and competition, you guys must have a lot of fun, right? To be honest, I enjoyed today's DevCon event a lot. So that's all for the day. But my friend, it is not for the DevCon. We will be back tomorrow with some amazing new webinars, quizzes, and make a last day more awesome and wholesome for you. So let us meet tomorrow for the last time and enjoy the leftover session to the fullest. So stay tuned with us till then. I, Anshu Pandey, sign off. Bye guys. Have a great day.
Bye.